All right, we're playing the Legacy Showcase Challenge with Esper Stoneblade. We are on the play in round one against a likely combo player. I think this is pretty good. Meticulous Archive is all right. We could turn one spellbomb in the blind. It's not the worst. I guess the question is, what are the odds that they are just going to completely steamroll us? I think what the responsible thing to do is just lead with Meticulous Archive, and we can surveil, bait their wasteland, and then we can try to spellbomb. So I'm going to keep this. So what we are looking for really is a land number 3 probably. I like the double frog. I like the force. I'm going to keep that just because they have historically played combo decks. Okay, I hope my audio is still working. My cat was walking around on my keyboard. Okay, they opened Underground Sea. That's fine. So I do think that the correct play here is just hold up force with days and play a spellbomb. And then we have our other surveil land if we need it. But I suspect blue-black Reanimator, which I would be stunned if they're not playing days. So I like the idea of getting a third land before we attempt, that's fine, before we attempt to stick a frog, just so we don't have to worry about it getting dazed. Them being able to reanimate our frog is also a problem. We don't have a good way to bounce frog back to our hand. So I'll do a deck tech after round one. I just joined kind of late, so I wanted to make sure to not lose too much time here. All right, so if they stifle us, that will be disconcerting. They do not. So I'm going to get Undercity Sewer here. Tamiyo is something we can do to accrue advantage. It's a blue card for force, which isn't really a big deal. We do have the combo. I'm going to keep it. And then if they attempt to push it, I'm just going to brainstorm. I'm going to keep the blue up to make them think that I have plow. This does, negate the ability of us being able to draw a card off spellbomb, but I don't think they're likely to do something that we need to spellbomb anyway. They have 7 cards in hand, though. There's their frog. We have prismatic ending. We have force backup. They're surveilling. So now we can't really get the clue. Island's great. Okay. So I think what we do is we go ahead and attack, and depending on what they do, if they invest resources into this, we're going to be able to prismatic end. I don't think they're going to jump it here. Okay. So we got the clue. I'm fine with chilling for another turn and keeping our force around days up. We're going to end this. I will force to protect the end because I don't want to have to fight this if they force. I do suspect they have a force of will in hand. Yep. Just by the way they're pausing. Okay, so they are indeed forcing, and I'm just going to force back here. If you're forcing, I'm forcing. I'll pitch a frog, which is unfortunate, but yeah, we want to get rid of their frog. Now we can pass. I do think it's fine to just chill and not ultimate Tamiyo yet, or not Planeswalker Tamiyo yet, because I would love to bait like some sort of removal spell. They're force pitched us a brainstorm. The scary thing would be like we brainstorm and then they bowmaster, but I don't think that's going to happen here. Another psychic frog. I think we let this happen. Okay, so I think what we do here, I'm going to want mana. This actually gives me a way to just double crack clue if they jump. I don't think they'll jump. Okay, so we have one good option, which is to go ahead and brainstorm, get Tamiyo into Planeswalker mode, and then potentially find a plow. Teferi works too. However, Teferi is dazable. How do we feel about that? I think what we want to do is just have them attack into our Psychic Frog, and then we have Teferi up. So what I'm going to do, I don't want either of these lands at this point. Do I? Yeah, they haven't wasted, so I'm going to do like that. Okay, Tamiyo is going to plus here. I think it's fine to go ahead and play our own frog because we're going to want to attack back with it. And then next turn, we have Teferi. And Teferi can bounce their, they're going to discard a card to be able to connect with Tamiyo. We still have the ability to go get Underground Sea or more likely Scrubland and spellbomb them if they do any graveyard shenanigans here. I think they have to fly the frog, which means they're getting rid of valuable cards in their graveyard. They actually don't have to. They could just attack into our Teferi or into our Psychic Frog without flying. I would still let it through. We're not going to win this race immediately with the clue tokens, but we will eventually. If they go all in on Frog, then Teferi is going to bounce the Frog, and we're going to be able to connect and start to pull ahead. Here's the push. Here's the Entomb. That's fine. They do have the ability to Psychic Frog some monster into the graveyard. So we are up against Scam. We're up against Blue-Black Reanimator. Atroxa. Okay, they are attacking. That is fine. I'm going to debuff, and I'm not going to block. I'll let them get their card if they want it. I'm worried that they have some shenanigans planned here. I'm not sure what it is. Okay, they're flying. That was unnecessary. I'm not sure why they did that, because I had already not blocked. Okay, they're discarding a card. That's fine. They discard a land, it looks like. They are going to get a card here. Do they want to go deeper? No, just one. Okay. This keeps me from being able to buy back the Prismatic Ending without losing my Tamiyo, but I am going to be able to time walk them here, assuming that Teferi resolves. Second Frog. Animate Dead. So this does target, so I do need to hit this. I'm not sure if there's any trick where they can retarget, but I'm just going to go ahead and attempt to exile this. We just need to get it out of the way. They may have another card that they can pitch into their graveyard. Not a lot I can do about that. I don't think that there's some trick where, like, when it resolves, they can pitch another card. Okay, that was a good exchange. All right, they're down to 3 cards. I do think we go ahead and go for Teferi here first before we attack, just to get more information. I mean, we could buy back the Force of Will, but that would cost us our Tamiyo. I don't want to do that. I'm going to go white. Black. I'm going to keep the mana up here. If they have a force, that'll be backbreaking. I'm going to bounce this out of existence, or bounce it out of the battlefield anyway. Okay, Thoughtseize is good. I'm going to go ahead and attack first and see what I draw. I would love to get a land. I think I may have put a land back earlier, and I'm regretting that because we just have these clues chilling and we have so much stuff to do. Another Tamiyo. I think we just plus and we keep Brainstorm up for emergencies. And next turn, we can regrow the Prismatic Ending if we need to. But we don't have the ability to Thoughtseize right now, unfortunately. We are vulnerable to them putting like a powerful card in the graveyard, which they're doing now. So we could consider brainstorming here to stop this. However, I think it's fine if they want to go down a card to do this, because then we can brainstorm and potentially find another force. I don't think it's like guaranteed by any means. But one thing to note is we are drawing to plow. So even if, like, let's say it comes in, I'll sacrifice Teferi to the thing. I'll discard, Tamiyo. I have redundant Tamiyos. And then I can buy back a Brainstorm if I need to. Okay, Gristlebrand, that's scary. That's super scary. Okay, here's the Animate Dead. So we, as crazy as it is that we're like in this position, we are in a very vulnerable position here. I'm going to Brainstorm. Please find a force. Holy cow, that's so lucky. Okay, and we even found... Okay, so I'm going to put back these I'll put back... I do kind of want to Thoughtseize next turn. Yeah, I just want to shuffle away one Tamiyo. Counter this, and I wouldn't be surprised if they concede here. Okay, they're still gaming. It's pretty terrifying. Like, it does make me want to just buy back the force here. Okay, they just concede. That is very lucky. Okay, so we have some good anti-graveyard cards we can board in here. We're going to board in Surgicals. And we're going to take out... What do we take out in this matchup? I'm trying to remember. I think Prismatic Ending is the card. Prismatic Ending is pretty bad. I mean, it did hit the frog there, but that's like the best it can do. Orcish Bowmasters is okay. I mean, it might be better than Snapcaster. The Snapcaster is probably just bringing back a force. Bowmaster can apply meaningful pressure. I mean, my sideboard guide is just remove, like, Prismatic Endings go out, Surgicals come in, but If we see Tamiyo, which we didn't see last game, then we might want to bring back the Thoughtseize is pretty bad on the draw. I am contemplating taking out Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize and Surgical do synergize with one another, but like on the draw, doing this feels really bad when your opponent has like a frog in play or something. They don't have any X1s in their deck. I think I'm going to keep the Prismatic Endings just out of respect for their frog. Yeah, we'll do that. So we're barely black. We can just not even fetch black early on if we don't want to. But it does feel good to be up a game against the best deck in the format. All right, this is a no play against combo, but Plow is good. Double Stoneforge is good. Psychic Frog is good. I think I'm going to keep this. It's a marginal hand. So what we'll do is we'll probably just surveil, and then we'll try to start sticking. Sticking Frog makes sense because if they counter it, then we can Stoneforge and we can bring it back. Cauldron is good against them. Okay, so we're probably going to be able... They might take Plow, which would be the scariest thing. If they take Plow, I'll be scared. Okay, they took Psychic Frog. So maybe they're going to reanimate it, but like that wouldn't make any sense because we have a Plow in our hand. Okay, so I'm just going to... Oh, no, actually, that's a really bad draw now that we don't have the Psychic Frog. Okay, so I'm going to just put... Yeah, maybe they just did that because they have the combo and they're not worried about anything else. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just do that and we'll pass. And I'm not going to play on basics. I'm going to go get the Surveil land. Okay, this is good for us. Like any turn they spend sculpting is a turn that they're not Atraxaing our face off. All right, they're passing. End step, I am going to Surveil. Hopefully they don't have Stifle. Some of these decks do run Stifle now. So we'll get the Meticulous Archive. Pre-war. Sadly, do we need to draw this? This is pretty embarrassing. I think we do want to draw this. Actually, yeah, if we draw this, then we can just Stoneforge for the blue equipment, Cryptic Coat. And they won't realize we have it in hand. I'm going to keep my fetch for later. And I'm going to go ahead and just jam. They will likely daze this. Okay, they don't daze this. That tells me they don't have daze or they just don't care. Cryptic Coat. I don't think Cauldron is the right move here just because they do run some number of Brazen Borrowers. We can get it later. Just having a force is powerful in case they do attempt to entomb here. I will force an entomb because they have Gristlebrand in their deck, and you know Gristlebrand is different from the other cards, the other monsters, in that it just ends the game effectively. Okay, they surveil a land. They're thought seizing again, which I have to let resolve. So if they have Entomb, Reanimate, we're dead. I'm not going to force a will their thought seize. They take pre-war, that's actually really good for us because that means that we're going to get another turn. They took force, so I think we're dead. We may not be dead because they need one more mana. They already played their land for a turn. They can't win from this exact position. They can't get Gristlebrand into play. So what we're going to do is we're going to hope to draw a force, which is unlikely, and then we're going to end step pre-war the frog back into play. If they reanimate our frog, that's annoying. That's not a big deal. That's a 2-for-1. They're down to 3 cards, but again, they make up so much card advantage just by resolving a single thing. I think we get Cauldron here, and we keep one unknown. And I'm just going to hope that they spin their wheels for another turn and that they don't win. They specifically need to find Gristlebrand if they want to win because Plow answers both Atraxa and Archon. Archon is messy if they get it in the graveyard. Well, I'm going to go ahead and fetch here. And they're going to almost certainly name Stoneforge Mystic here. But, you know, it's out of the bag, as they say. They can waste us off black here. But that's not a big deal. I need access to white. Pithing Needle, I'm glad. I mean, that's like basically one less card that we have to worry about. Yeah, they're going to name Stoneforge Mystic. This is the frog. This is the animate dead on our frog. Sure. I'm very happy that they're doing that. They have to discard a card to even give it power so that it can connect. We can just block it with Cryptic Coat. Surgical. Oh, that's so good. Okay, I think if we just plow the frog, we're probably okay. And then we have options. I think plow the frog, put Cauldron into play and attack. No, wait, we can't put Cauldron into play. Sorry. I could just plow the frog and go ahead and attack now. No, I'm going to put Cryptic Coat into play. I'm going to wait and see if they put power on that, and then we can plow. I can always bring back the Stoneforge to block. No, wait, I can't. Not at instant speed. Yeah, I screwed that up because like now, like literally, I can't do anything because of the Pithing Needle. I should have done something there. But if they put any cards into this, I am going to plow it. They know I have a plow. They must have a force or something, right? Okay. All right, so I am going to go ahead and do this now, and they're probably going to force it. Oh, wow. That was it? Okay, great. So I still wasted momentum here by not playing something out here. So what is this, a Murktide? Show and tell? We're going to get a Calder in play, but who knows what they're going to put in play. Yeah, we can't do anything about this. Calder comes out. They get an Archon. We will sack our Stoneforge Mystic. And we will discard. I think we have to have pre-war so we have something to sacrifice next turn. I really wish I'd put the Cryptic Coat out. This is really bad. We could discard Surgical, but I'm worried that like this is keeping the dam from breaking. If we discard Surgical, I think Surgical is the discard here because both Cryptic Coat and Formalwear represent us being able to attack for a turn with Phyrexian Germ Token. And we can equip these two. Okay, so Planet is going to be the discard for this turn. Okay, so if we Cryptic Coat, then we attack. Next turn, we can never equip Cryptic Coat to this, but we can equip Pre-War to it. I think I'm going to start by attacking here. They are going to be gaining life and stuff, but once we get Pre-War on the actual creature, assuming they don't counter it or push it somehow. Yeah, in that vein, Cryptic Coat is better because it has ward. It makes it harder for them to remove it with Brazen Borrower. So I think the play is they have to have removal. If they have removal, then they can get us to sack this. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I think pre-war here, just to, because pre-war can be equipped to Caldra. It's still not enough. All right, let's attempt to do this. We'll fail to find. All right, we're going to take 9 here and sack our creature. Next turn, we would need to draw a land to be able to both deploy Cryptic Coat and move our pre-war over. And they're going to get 3 cards here. by Mystic. I'll discard this planes. Okay, now we take 6. Yeah, so like we're super duper dead. We specifically have to draw a plow, and they need to not have a force. Pithing Needle is going to probably name pre-war. I'm not sure what they would name here. Teferi. That is a card I played last game. Teferi. So that is no longer an out. Yeah, if we find plow, maybe we have a shot, but like they've drawn so many cards, I'm not optimistic about it. Okay, this is like one of the best possible draws here. We're going to attempt to do it. If they have force, that's it. Like days won't stop this. They probably would have forced the actual snapcaster if they had it. All right, we're still alive, but we are vulnerable. I really wish I hadn't pitched that surgical, just in case they have Entomb, Reanimate, or something like that. They have plenty of life to reanimate stuff. Another show and tell would be devastating. There's the Entomb. We're going to lose. Gristlebrand would be the card that they should probably choose. We got rid of Atraxa. We got rid of... yeah, there's... Oh, wait. I thought that was last game that we got rid of Atraxa. Okay, so they're going to reanimate Atraxa. Yeah, that sucks. So if we can get Snapcaster to die, we don't have anything in our graveyard. They found Reanimate, Gristlebrand, Engineered Explosives. Doesn't really do anything here. They have another Show and Tell. So they can Show and Tell Gristlebrand next turn. They have Force. Yeah, we're fighting as hard as we can, but this deck is just, man, just one hit after another. Entomb is such a broken card. Show and Tell, Misty, Gristlebrand, Force of Will, Engineered Explosives. Interesting they brought Null Rod in against us. I don't think that's correct. All right, so we know 4 of the 5 cards in hand, and we know that this is going to kill us. Is there a way that we get through? If we had the mana to play Crypticoat, we wouldn't be able to kill them. Okay, so let's think about this. If I attack with Snapcaster and they actually block it, we can bring it back, but there's not anything to target. Crypticoat, we don't have any flyers in our deck to block Atraxa. If we equip pre-war, and if we had this, then we could get enough damage that we could force them to block, but yeah, we're not going to do it. Let's go to game 3. I'm not going to spend any more on my clock. We may need it. Okay, so Prismatic Ending looking pretty meh. Thoughtseize looking quite a bit better on the play. I do think we keep the Surgicals in. That's clearly like an important part of their game plan. I think we run it like this. I don't think Lavinia is good. Null Rod's not good. We used all of our equipment there. I think the equipment is good. Teferi's fine if we can resolve him. You could say like, oh, you should keep Prismatic Ending in case they needle stuff, but like that's... I'm happy when they needle stuff. Because cards are cards. Like you can brainstorm equipment that you can't put into play back to the bottom. You know, in that case, we were able to get the Cauldra out, and the Cauldra almost got there. But there wasn't any sequence of cards that I could have played that would. Well, actually, there was a turn where I think I passed, and I wasn't able to. That might have been game 1. I think this is a keep. I'm gonna Tundra Ponder and try. Stoneforge Mystic, get them on their back foot. They don't seem to be as explosive. I don't know if they have any tempo cards in their deck. I don't remember if I've seen Days. This is like a perfectly serviceable hand. I'm going to feel dumb to put it back. Yeah, I'm going to keep. I'm going to keep on the strength of Swords to Plowshares. So we're going to stack this with the assumption they're going to Thoughtseize this. Okay, these are great. We don't want the land. We want to take the Force of Will now because we don't want them to see the Nile Spellbomb. We may Nile Spellbomb next turn and surveil that land away. Yeah. So right now, I'd be okay with them taking anything in my hand. Plow would be the most important thing to not lose here, but... Okay. So I think they'll take Plow. If they took Stoneforge Mystic, I'll be very impressed. Okay, they took Force. All right. So that tells me they're going to do something unfair. What they're going to do unfair, I don't know. I do think it's worth playing this out first. Doesn't matter. So the conservative thing to do, just to ensure that it doesn't get dazed, is to play this out, and then we can get the other surveil land. I think I'm going to do the conservative thing. I think getting blown out by a daze would be catastrophic. Okay, so now we can surveil and step. But we have a little bit of insulation against one of their approaches to getting a monster into play. Null Rod is annoying. I'm going to go ahead and use this to draw a card. I don't have any ways to getting rid of Null Rod in my deck. Do we want a scrubland here? I think so. We're pretty heavy white here. All right. And again, like Plow is not good against a Resolve Gristlebrand, so that is super dangerous. All right, we're not drawing good stuff. We could Ponder, but that's not going to get us to Force of Will, which is what we really need. I think what we need to do here is probably, like if they Show and Tell and their card is Archon, then that's a big deal. if they show and tell on their card as Gristlebrand, then Caldera may still be able to get there. Okay, so I do have the option of pondering, finding Force of Will, and then Stoneforging for the Cryptic Coat. I think that's okay. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I would love to find a Brainstorm too to get rid of these Surveillance. Okay, this is great. This is like the exact thing we wanted. So I'm going to take the Force now. Oh no, unfortunately we're not going to be able to keep the Brainstorms because we're going to have to shuffle to go get... Okay, we're in. We go get Cryptic Coat. And we're going to pass. Now, getting a Cryptic Coat pretty much tells them that like we probably have Force of Will. But I don't think we have a lot of options here. Cryptic Coat's also really bad under Null Rod, so it's good to... Yeah, damn it. All right, they're clearing the way. They're probably going to take our Force, yeah. We can put Cryptic Coat in just as a beater, but I think it's probably better to hold it. If they have land and they can just combo us now, that'll be unfortunate. I don't know how to play this matchup. Like I feel like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing, and I still feel like completely behind the 8-ball the entire match. Just the fact that there are these cards that people can cast that just end the game, it's like so menacing. Needling, probably Stoneforge Mystic, I would guess. Yeah, Teferi, that's fine. So I can still Stoneforge the Cryptic Coat in, but it's a one-shot. It's just like a True Name Nemesis. Okay, so I could go ahead and play a Frog. That is higher upside than Cryptic Coat. I can always hold that for later. I'm going to see what I'm going to get. And I should have probably played the blue-white one. This is an above average draw. I'm going to keep that there. We're going to Frog. They're thinking like they're going to force this. If they force it, I'll be so happy because that means they don't have like an explosive game plan. Okay. And they pitch Show and Tell. Wow. They may not have a land. I'm just going to attack. Or they may have Show and Tell but no enabler. Next turn we can ponder and hope to find another Frog maybe. They're pondering. So if we find, we can still use Stoneforge Mystic and we can still get the Frog back because they forced it rather than exiling it. So if we ponder into pre-war Formalwear, that'll be good. Or a Stoneforge Mystic. There's Teferi that we don't want. We also don't want the plains. I'd rather have a... Teferi doesn't do anything, but it is a blue card for force. It is something we can put into play, but it's not actually going to do anything once it's in play due to the Pithing Needle. I think we want the Psychic Frog here. I wish I had a shuffle. I'll leave the Teferi on top and I'll surveil with his plains. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start by archiving. Plains to the yard. Now I'm going to go blue, black, Frog. And we're going to attack. And we're going to pass. We're going to hope to dodge another turn of I win buttons. A lot of people in the comments are always like, oh, you actually weren't nearly as much trouble as you thought you were. But like, I mean, this is going to be Gristlebrand. Saving grace is that I can exile my own Frog if they try to reanimate it. But like, yeah, Atraxa. So I'll plow Atraxa with the ability on the stack for sure. That sucks. Nothing we can do about that. They may not have the ability to reanimate Atraxa immediately. Okay, that's good. Okay, so I'm going to start by... I think I just play this out so I can draw. Or so I can attack for one. Let's see what I flip. It's not a Psychic Frog. That's too bad. They can't all be Psychic Frogs. We'll just attack for one and we'll pass. All right, we're chipping their life away, and that does make it harder for them to reanimate. But the second they find a reanimate effect, we are going to have to burn it on, or we are going to have to burn our plow. Another needle. Wow, they went deep on the needles. I'm not going to do anything about this. Frog, probably. I don't know what they name at this point. Stoneforge Mystic, okay. Well, we're getting lucky that they're drawing these blanks. These shouldn't be in their deck, in my opinion. I don't think that they should be worried about the things that we're doing here. We actually do kind of want to play this out because it represents us being able to hardcast Force around days. We cannot activate the Cryptic Coat, so we're just attacking for 4 here. I'm going to hold Teferi in my hand for the purpose of Force Pitch if we draw a Force eventually. We just need 2 more turns of attacks. Brainstorm is fine. They're going to need land plus 2 mana Reanimate spell, or they're going to need 1 mana Reanimate spell. Actually, they can't reanimate a Traxa anymore. That's a huge relief. Okay. Are we going to get there with our weenies? Pre-war is pretty damn good. I'm going to go ahead and attack first. I don't think there's any benefit to pre-warring before combat. So pre-war returning Frog seems strong. They'll need a lot of removal spells to stop us at this point. They could still show and tell, but I do have that plow, and they know I have that plow. I've had it since the first turn of the game, so they know their options are pretty restricted. Okay, they're going to probably surveil here. Show and tell into Gristlebrand is still strong, but we would be able to remove it and attack for a lot. Animate Dead on Atraxa is good. They put a Reanimate into their yard. Brainstorm. They're looking at 5 cards. They no longer have Show and Tell mana. All right, we did it. We got there. Wow. I did not expect to get there. Like, I felt like we were pretty stalled out, but you know, we did like 4 damage with just Stoneforge Mystic itself. So let's take a look at the deck. There's still a few people playing. Let's see, 11 matches in progress. I'm not used to having to wait in between rounds. I'm a spoiled Leagues player, but let's take a look at our deck, and I'll do a quick deck tech. So this is the deck that I was playing earlier that sucks. Or actually, this is not bad. This is the good version. Don't play the version without Netherglyph. I've tried several times to play blue-black without Netherglyph, and just it hasn't worked out well. I'm going to do a very quick deck tech here. So I'll just go ahead and display this as a card view, just to simplify the UI a little bit. And we'll make these a little bit smaller. Okay, so this deck is very similar to what Max Dorshan has been playing. I don't go as high up the curve. I don't think like Jace is great, and I don't think Teferi is more than a one of. Okay, so here's the list. So we have Exile Removal, Plow, Prismatic Ending. We have Interaction through Thoughtseize, Force. That's really it, like in terms of being able to stop combo. We do have good graveyard cards for this, though. Let me kind of put these into a pile here. We have one more card, which is a Null Rod, which is the sneaky Null Rod over here. Let's bring that over there. And then let's scroll over here. Sorry. I'm like, I don't know if it's like me playing on a Mac or something, but the UI is like super duper laggy. Okay, so the threat suite is Stoneforge into Caldra, Cryptic Coat, and Pre-War. Cryptic Coat is a very good card. It's underrated. It pitches to Force, which was relevant in the match we saw just a minute ago. It came up several times that it could pitch to Force, even though our opponent was able to discard our Force. It's unblockable, which also comes up a lot. Then we have 2 Snapcasters to flashback our 1 mana interaction spells in Plow, Prismatic Ending, and Thoughtseize, and Ponder, and Brainstorm. So I think there are like 20 one drops? See, 12, 16 one drops that can be easily flashback with Snapcaster. Snapcaster was really good. That one game that we were able to snap Plow, but we lost that anyway because they had a third way to get a giant monster to play. But we can take a look over here. Surgical is a really good card with Snapcaster. You're not paying any mana. You just get the ability, which is really strong. We have 2 Lavinias and a Null Rod as kind of like lock pieces, and Orcish Bowmasters. You could definitely play Hull Breacher instead. We can use the mana. And this deck is not like super aggressive, but I like Bowmasters just because it's 2 mana and because it comes down and it generates an extra body to interact with cards like you know, if you're sacking something to an Archon, every turn you have something to sack with the Orcish Bowmaster because the draw trigger goes on the stack first. So yeah, that's the deck tech. We have anti-Eldrazi cards, standard 3 consign, 2 Hold Breach or Harbinger of the Sea. We have 3 blasts because I really respect red decks, and I think a lot of people only play 2 blasts, and I think you should play 3. The mana base has 1 basic of every color. We're not playing a single wasteland. It's just 20 lands to tap for mana, 2 surveillance, and 10 fetches, because I think fetches are criminally underplayed, and I think if you can play 10 fetches, you should play 10 fetches. So that's the deck. We'll see how it does, but we're off to a good start. See you in round 2. Round 2, we're up against likely Reanimator or Tempo. I don't think we can keep this hand. It has Calder in it, which is a free mulligan, basically. We got Calder again, but this is a much better hand. It doesn't have anything proactive. It doesn't have any interaction. Well, I mean, Psychic Frog's proactive. I think we just put the Calder back and we keep this. And we can open, depending on how they open, we can get a Surveillant. I like opening Strand here because we might want to go just basics, depending on what they're on. If we go basic blue, basic white, we can't cast our Psychic Frog, but we don't get wasted out of the game. That's the upside. All right. So blue-black Tempo and blue-black Reanimator are very different decks with very different priorities. My opponent said, nice username. Thanks. All right. They are, this looks like it may not be, well, no, it's probably blue-black Tempo. Thoughtseize here is, do I want to save any of this? I think I let this resolve. It'll tell me a lot about what their priorities are. If they get Frog and they reanimate it, I've got Teferi. The fact that they got the basic there tells me maybe they're blue-black Tempo. I don't know. I have a pretty redundant hand. Okay, they did take the Frog, which means they probably don't have a daze is kind of what that tells me. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to daze anyway. Yeah, I'm going to surveil. I'm not going to be scared. We're definitely going to get the blue-white here. I do want to land. Getting your land under you, if this is Tempo, getting your land under you is very, very important. And now we have the ability to brainstorm. I think I am going to brainstorm now. No, I'm going to wait because I can always brainstorm. Like, I just don't want to get bowmastered. If they put bowmaster in, like, I'll just chill and like not do anything. I'll just land pass. Bowmaster means they're not wasting me. Okay, they may have bowmaster here. I am going to go ahead and surveil. This could be a stifle. I don't think I'm looking for lands anymore. Thoughtseize seems pretty solid. Thoughtseize with Snapcaster means that I can potentially Thoughtseize next turn too. Bowmasters. Okay, well, I'm going to brainstorm then. If I find force, I'll... Oh, this is good. This is good. So I don't think Teferi is where I want to be anymore. I think I just want to go all in on these Stoneforges. I'm also probably okay with putting a land back. I'll keep Snapcaster. I mean, if they do have a way to like double Thoughtseize me or something, that's going to be pretty awkward. I don't necessarily have to shuffle away the Snapcaster. I don't necessarily have to shuffle away the land. Snapcaster is business. Okay, so now we're going to take a bunch of damage from Bowmasters over the next turn cycle, but at least we're going to be able to take their best card. So I think we just take the brainstorm here. I do see the wasteland, so I am going to want that land, so I'm not going to fetch. I do think it's worth it to have 3 lands. And them having Tamiyo is unfortunate. However, they're not going to really have a whole lot of mana to use it if they waste me. They may not. They may opt to not waste. But we can be pretty confident that they're not Reanimator anymore. So Thoughtseize was really good there. So this is a new card they drew, which is Thoughtseize. That's fine. Nothing I can do about this. They'll probably take Snap. No, they shouldn't take Snap because Snap is pretty weak. Like, I don't want to do more damage to myself through Thoughtseizes. They'll probably take one of the Stoneforges. But if they take Stoneforge, I'm definitely going to go get pre-war. Okay. So I have uncounterable pre-war next turn. I'm going to take this. I'm going to draw the land. I'm going to pre-war. They're going to need to find another. They should play out the creature. Like, I think they're crazy if they don't play out one of their Tamiyos. Because one way I could lose is just back-to-back wastelands. That's fine. There's a Tamiyo. Okay. So we're going to pre-war, and I think I'm going to pre-war and put the other Stoneforge back. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and play this now so they know that they're not going to be able to mess with me. I'm going to go ahead and get basics here. Should I get basics? I don't really care about black mana anymore. I think I can afford to get basics. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That may seem cowardly. I totally understand if you think that that's cowardly, but just runner wastelands could really wreck my day. So if they have the ability to take my pre-war, that'll be sad. I'm pretty sure that pre-war is the call, though, just because it represents getting back the other one, and then the other one represents over the course of 3 turns. And even if they kill my Stoneforge, I can still pre-war it. So they're going to need to draw a daze. Okay, that's very honest of them to not attack with even the Orc army. So I know that their draw wasn't a Bowmaster for turn. I wouldn't be surprised if they just draw here. Now we're going to get to see the power of pre-war. This is like precisely the board state where pre-war is good. Okay. Frog means Tamiyo will definitely flip next turn. Our own Psychic Frog. I mean, we can have the bigger frog just on defense. I do still think it's correct to go get the equipment, though. We could just chill. We chill. We can surprise them. Not really surprise them, but we can get the... I'm pretty sure that we're going to... I'm pretty sure they're not playing... what's it called? Yeah, so I'll just instant speed pre-war. There's no like sudden edict or anything in the format. I don't think anybody plays that anymore. Cracking a clue. So Tamiyo will flip, but not if I jump up and block her. They have 3 cards to potentially pitch here. Flip Tamiyo is dangerous. I do think we let Tamiyo flip and then we just go get Kaldra for next turn. And if they have... okay, this is great because this means they can't Thoughtseize Kaldra out of our hand. That is... Okay, yes, I want to get back my Stoneforge Mystic. They may have Stifle. I do think Kaldra is the get here. I mean, like, it's specifically bad against them having Brazen Borrower, but it's good against everything else. Force of Will is a great draw. I think I'm just going to put in Kaldra, and I'm going to keep this back as a block. And I am going to go ahead and attack. They need specifically Brazen Borrower if they want to be able to get out of this. Yeah, and so we do have a blocker. They can still attack with Psychic Frog and Tamiyo. We can't do anything about that if they flip Tamiyo, but if they flip Tamiyo, she's dead to Kaldra. They have to deal with Kaldra. They're flying. They don't want to flip Tamiyo this turn. So, like, flipping Tamiyo would probably be a mistake. They're going to start drawing their tempo-y cards, which are not as strong. They actually pitched to Psychic Frog. Interesting. Pitching again. Are they going to try to tempo us out? I'm not sure that that's a good plan. So they're dealing 3 here. We're dropping to 8. But we're not dead on board. They're brainstorming. This does flip Tamiyo, which is fine. I'll play my own frog next turn. And then I will be able to jump and block their frog if necessary. They can keep Tamiyo alive by throwing a blocker in front of it. I can attack Tamiyo with both of these. All right. We do have snapcaster. Oh, we can't do that. I'm going to attack Tamiyo with both of these. Wait. If I attach pre-war, attach to pre-war to Kaldra. I'm just trying to think, is there a way I can die next turn? I don't think there is, because they can draw a card and then they have 4 cards and they can pitch 4 and do 7, but that's not quite death. As long as I hold back blockers, I think that I'm okay. I do think it's fine to... They definitely can fly the frog here. I won't be able to force. There's not anything with snapping back in my graveyard, unfortunately. I'm going to go ahead and play this land out. Now I'm just going to attack... see, if I attack them, it's not a force block, so I'll attack Tamiyo. And I'll attack Tamiyo with both of these. And they should not be able to save her. And we should still have 2 blockers to deal with Orcish Bowmasters. Them having Wasteland was really good, though. They're probably just going to let her go. Yeah. So they did successfully distract me. We have Snap if we just need to block somehow. But they have Clue activation here. They didn't activate the Clue. They're drawing now. I think they should have drawn an Instep. I don't know why they didn't draw Instep. They're Flying Frog. They can hit for 7. That's not lethal. Just hitting for 4. So they're putting me on a 2-turn clock. That's fine. They get to draw. So we do have to deal with Frog next turn. If we were somehow able to draw a Plow, that would be insane right now. Teferi would be good. We should probably assume they have a Daze in hand. This does allow us to Frog. If they push the Frog, that is pretty catastrophic. I'm going to play this out. I'm going to go ahead and attack them with both of these. Okay, they are chumping. Dropping to 5. Now, the moment of truth. Can Daze plus Frog get there? Or can Force plus Frog get there? So if they have specifically removal and stack interaction, we're dead. This is the Fatal Push. This is the Force. The Force back. That is death for us. Yeah, that was really freaking close. Pre-war almost got us there. But we lost on the play. That's pretty... Maybe we made some mistakes. I mean, I did stop Frog. I never drew a Plow. Yeah, brutal. I don't think there was like a forced attack or anything. I needed to hold back this. Yeah, man, Frog. Okay, so in this matchup, we do want to bring in Bowmasters. Bowmasters pretty good. And I think we want to take out Thoughtseize. They have like a very kind of consistent deck. Like pretty much everything in their deck is functionally similar. I'll leave the spellbombs. We didn't see Nethergoyf, so they may not be playing Nethergoyf. But they are playing Murktide. Yeah, I don't want to play Thoughtseize. Even on the play, I think it's wrong. Harbinger's not good. They're probably going to bring in their own Harbingers here. Lavinia's not good. Consign's not good. Yeah, I'm very happy with the sideboard configuration. So the reason why I think Thoughtseize is bad is because if they do go aggro, then you're pretty in trouble. We did Thoughtseize them that game. They probably could have killed us even if we hadn't done 2 damage to ourselves with Thoughtseize. And we did take a critical card. I'm trying to think of what we took with Thoughtseize. I think we took a Brainstorm when they had Lavinia or Tamiyo. Also noteworthy, like even if we don't kill, like not killing Tamiyo would have been a huge mistake in my opinion. Like we had to kill Tamiyo. So I don't feel like we really had any alternate decisions we could have made. There may have been a situation where we shuffled, where we didn't need to, or we didn't take a Brainstorm that we could have taken. I think overall though, we didn't really have a lot of options because that Bowmasters came down and Bowmasters just so backbreaking against us. I'll see you in game 2. This is a pretty decent hand. I'm going to keep it. We're not looking for anything specific against their deck. We're just looking to get card advantage, really. I'll almost certainly pitch Force to Force. I think we also want to play on basics. I'm going to go ahead and open with Tamiyo, and I can force to defend her if they try to push her. But I do want to start accumulating clues because, as I said, I think the path to victory here in this matchup is card advantage. All right, they did think for a minute, so they could have just been AFK, but it does make me think that they have Force of Will. Considering that Force of Will is basically a dead card in this matchup, I will pitch Force of Will to stop a Fatal Push here. But it'll suck if they blow it out with a Daze. Just being able to accumulate clues is going to be really powerful. They're double forcing. They really want to, or they're forcing back. Okay, they really want to get rid of her. They force the Ponder, or pitch the Ponder. Okay. So we're We're even on cards, basically. We're down a card because we played first. Love to draw a 2-drop here. I'll definitely take the Ponder. So let's Ponder, and then we'll see how many cards we want to keep. These are all decent cards. I think Force is the least interesting. I definitely want to draw the Frog and the Plow. We don't think that they have days. We could just draw the Force and then, like, our hand is basically mono Force of Will hand, and then we have, but we're never going to be able to cast the Frog without, and like you can't cast both of these. So I think what we do is we probably just take the Plow and we shuffle the Frog away. I don't want the Force either. We do have the option of getting a Surveil land, but I think it's dangerous in this matchup. I want to get my basics under me. Okay. They may be looking for a land. Because usually you play a land first, but they may not, because they don't have to really fear days. Maybe they're just like, whatever, I'll just brainstorm before I play a land. It would be nice to get lucky for once and have a brainstorm locked opponent. No such luck. Okay, so I do want to Surveil, but like I'm too scared to. So I'm going to fetch now. If they daze this, or if they stifle this, I'll be like absolutely crushed. If they have Stifle as their last, or as one of their 4 cards in hand. All right, we don't have a play, but we did clear the bad cards, so we're just going to chill. We have 2 answers to a Frog. Frog is the scariest card in their deck for sure. Bowmasters is a close second. Barragoyf may have come in. That's a scary card. Wasteland, definitely feel like a genius not fetching my Surveil land. We would be completely Stone Aged if they had been able to interact with that. I'm going to go ahead and Tamiyo here. I've got nothing else going on. If they want to remove it, that's okay. I can't do anything about it. They've already used one of their fatal pushes. And we're going to try to play around days that they likely have. Here's the fatal push, or shoot the sheriff or something. Yeah, go for the throat. That's fine. All right, and we're just going to 1-for-1 and try to draw mana. We've got a lot of high value cards that are high mana cards that are going to be impactful and powerful. Not really afraid of Thoughtseize here. Thoughtseize, okay. So they're probably going to just take the Plow. If they take one of our 3-drops, that tells me they definitely don't have days. Because I'm going to play those out on curve. I don't think we can afford to wait around. Maybe we can. I mean, the game gets better the longer we hang back. If they take Plow and still play a 2-drop, then I'll know that they probably have days. Okay. Okay, brainstorming. They're passing. Can we get one of our many lands? No. All right, we're chilling. They have no pressure. We just chill. There are 3 cards. We have 4 cards. We're technically up a card. I don't remember how that happened exactly. Oh, we haven't played a land. That's how. Okay, yeah, sure. Now they could take Coat. I don't know how they're planning to win. They have to work through these removal spells eventually. I would take Plow here for sure. Okay, interesting. They took Ending. That may mean that they have Tamiyo, but... No, wait. They didn't take Ending. They took our equipment. Sorry. Misspoke. Okay, here's a Frog that we can't use. I'll just chill. And unfortunately, this sometimes happens with Legacy. Like, your opponent is playing a very powerful deck that, can just completely snap you in half if you overextend. There is no reason to wait. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to Plow now. And I am going to Plow here and risk them Barragoyfing next turn, because I value the ability of us to do stuff. Prismatic Ending does walk into Force. If they Force and then... Okay, they didn't. I was going to say they would have to commit a lot of resources. Okay, we're drawing black cards now. So we're chilling. Had we fetched a duel, we would have been dead. Had we fetched Swamp instead of Plains, we wouldn't have had any counterplay to Frog. Here comes the Murktide, and we're probably cooked. Unless we draw land Snapcaster in time, or if we draw another Plow. Then we'll be back to chilling. So I don't think it was correct to wait and Prismatic Ending, because they connect, like we fall really far behind really quickly. Okay, this is good. So I think we're just going to go ahead and Frog. Yeah, I'm going to get a swamp and I'm going to frog. I think most likely they will have interaction for it, but what can we do? The upside of this is the highest. Bowmasters doesn't really matter. We don't have enough of a threat to close here, but drawing cards off Psychic Frog could draw us into some way that we can not be dead. Snapcaster, Plow. Okay, so this is a Fatal Push. Not surprising. If they have a second Murktide, we could be dead even faster than we initially expected. Okay, this is another frog. Okay. So I'll Prismatic End that and cling to life. But they can actually, let's see, they can hit us for 7 and they can make the Murktide lethal next turn by exiling cards to frog. They're actually just going to exile right now. So we need, they have 1 card left in hand. So if we draw a Snapcaster or a Plow, we may survive. But we're going to need to draw one of those. Those are the only things that do it. Wow, they're going all in on this. But we're not dead. I think it's a mistake to do that, personally. Because now, like if we remove this, like let's say we draw a Plow and then we just Bowmaster, they can't fly and attack us. So they won't be able to finish the job. I don't think getting the extra damage there is worth not being able to fly Bowmasters next turn. I mean, in theory, I guess they could draw a card and then waste one of their own lands, waste their wasteland, and then have the mana, have the cards to do it. But okay, did we survive? You're telling me there's a chance. So unfortunately, none of these do anything. We have to shuffle if we want to have any hope of survival. And pre-war doesn't help. Good games. Yep. I feel like what happened there? What happened? They were able to keep applying pressure through Thoughtseize. We didn't draw any of our key cards. I do feel like we're very favored in this matchup, so I'm not sure what happened. But losing 0-2 to a deck that, like, our deck is really like main deck, like pre-boarded to be able to beat this type of deck. It definitely feels bad. But we're 1-1. We're still, hope is still alive for the top 8. We're gonna see what we can do in round 3. See you in a little bit. We're back for round 3. I think that it's definitely possible that maybe I shouldn't have forced last game. And maybe forcing pitching force, I could have just played extremely defensively and then forced their forces. They did have proactive cards in Thoughtseize. I'm not sure. It would have been incredibly passive. But I could have probably stopped Murktide. And yeah. So, I mean, they did have their own force, but maybe I just let that Tamiyo go and I don't try to push Alakai. Let's see, Alakai is likely on Ruby Storm in Modern. I'm going to take it as probably like Ruby Storm in Modern and Ruby Storm in Legacy are not that different. So I'm going to assume that they're on some sort of combo deck. This does have Thoughtseize, but we're on the draw. I guess the question is Thoughtseize and, you know, this stuff is not particularly relevant. I'm going to mulligan this. This hand is even worse. I don't think we keep this. I'm going to be really sad if this is definitely the best hand we've seen. So I am going to keep this. Prismatic Ending could find purchase. Tamiyo is really the only proactive thing we have going. This Cryptic Code is definitely going back. Prismatic Ending is not good unless they specifically play out the Ruby Medallion. Otherwise, it just does nothing in the matchup. I guess it can hit that raw guy. I think I'd rather have Ponder for just some random card. And to help us potentially flip Tamiyo if they stall out. They may not be on Ruby Storm, but like I think that's the most likely thing. They're probably on some sort of unfair deck. It's worth noting they did not mulligan, so they could just be on, you know, Tempo or Reanimator or something. But those other hands were not particularly strong, so I'm not going to toss and turn having thrown them back. Okay, this looks like Show and Tell. This could be Delver, but like very few people play Blue-Red Delver these days. Grixis Delver is just not considered to be like the best tempo deck. Like Blue-Black is way like head and shoulders above it in my mind. Just because you don't need to play 3 colors. So I think what we do is we're going to go grab an Underground Sea. We're going to Thoughtseize them and see if we can grab something relevant. If they daze it, then we'll we can probably concur that they're not on show and tell, because I don't think show and tell generally plays days. And when I say show and tell, I mean like sneak and show. Okay, this makes it really easy because we can actually go get a basic here, which I'm not opposed to. Just in case they are on tempo, we will want to have our basics about us. And we will have all our colors here across these fetches, so it's not really that big of a deal. We can also make them think we're like Reanimator or blue-black tempo for a turn. We are telling them we don't have days in our hand by doing this. Okay, so this is indeed show and tell. Let's take a look at their hand. They have one more mana source, so they don't have anything they can do quickly. I think we take the show and tell and we hope to stop them before they get to One Ring, but they have Flusterstorm. Interesting. Well, Flusterstorm is hard to beat, but they are going to need a lot of mana. If they just rip like an Ancient Tomb, then we're pretty screwed. I'm going to take show and tell. Let me know in the comments with the timestamp if you think that was the wrong take, because I'm really not sure. But like, it's the namesake of the deck, and generally you want to take the namesake of the deck, in my experience. So here comes the Delta. Because, yeah, okay. And Flusterstorm could be bad for us. I don't think they'll fluster a Ponder, but they might. So now what I'm thinking is we probably do want to just go ahead and Tamiyo here. I don't think they're likely to be able to stop it. If they force it, that is totally fine with me. I don't think we really need to worry about fetching basics here anymore. So I'm just going to go ahead and get the Tundra. If they Magus us, that actually would be really bad. It's avoidable. I'll Tundra, or I'll Island here, and then next turn I'll Tundra, and then I'll still have double blue up. But I can flip Tamiyo and start going upstairs if she stalls out, if our opponent stalls out here. And make it to where they're incentivized to fluster or force one of our ponders. But I don't think like digging with the hope of stopping them comboing this turn is a good play. I think we do want to go ahead and just be proactive. We could have done both had we not fetched the swamp, but again, I think it was reasonable. It was a reasonable caution to fetch the swamp, but we might get punished if they just they put a card on top. So that tells me it's likely a land. Okay, and it's the worst possible land. They've got the One Ring going now. So it'll be very tricky to beat this. Like, I genuinely don't think we can beat it. We're mulling into 5 on the draw. So it's not like we were like favored against a combo deck anyway. We'll be a little bit better off after this, but Plow is a dead card. I'm going to go ahead and get my Tundra here. I'm going to go ahead and attack first. We are going to shuffle either way, so I might as well go ahead and get my land. What we're looking for here, blue card is not going to do it because they have force. I'll just get my Tundra, and I'm going to go ahead and ponder. I shouldn't have pondered with Tundra, but it's not going to matter. I think Psychic Frog could... Let's see. Stoneforge is actually better than Psychic Frog because at the very least we can go get a Caldera and start doing some damage. Psychic Frog, I think, might be too slow. We're not going to have the cards to discard to Psychic Frog and they've already kind of like gotten their Firehouse going. We just have to kill them before they reach critical mass. And Stoneforge does get us closer to killing them quickly than Psychic Frog does because it represents essentially 6 power. Psychic Frog, we'd have to pitch a lot of cards. We could deploy a Frog this turn, but I think it's more important that we flip Tamiyo. I think it's also quite likely that they force our second Ponder to keep Tamiyo from flipping because they have like so much card advantage here. I'll be stunned if they don't force this. Yeah, they're forcing it. Okay, so next turn we can Stoneforge. We're going to draw the Frog anyway. I believe that's how I stacked it. Not that it's going to matter because we're not going to be able to cast both because we don't have the land and the Frog. There's the show and tell. I am going to put Stoneforge in and we'll just see what they do, but they're almost certainly going to put like some crazy monster in play. We'll see a little more of their deck and then we can concede. Okay, so they've got another show and tell attract. So they've got Omniscience, Emrakul, One Ring. So we're totally dead. It doesn't even matter really what they keep. Like I'm not going to spend my time trying to outgrind One Ring plus Omniscience. I just don't think that that's a viable strategy. Good news is we do have pretty good sideboard cards for this. So we didn't see any artifacts other than One Ring. They could be playing Petal. I'm trying to decide whether Lavinia should come in. Lavinia shuts off Force. She does shut off spells with Omniscience. I think Lavinia is coming in. Okay, let's take a look at the sideboard. So I think in these cases, like Plow is really bad. We didn't see any creatures other than Atraxa, and she like shutting the door after she's already escaped is not like a good feel. We could potentially bounce her with Teferi, but Hydroblast is definitely coming in. Consign could come in, but I think it's really weak. Consign hits one ring, and it stops Atraxa trigger. I think that's about it, and that's not enough for me. Null Rod feels pretty bad. Like, what are the odds they don't have... let's see, have they ever played this deck before? Let's just look up Sneak and Show Legacy. Let's take a look at some of their lists. This is from a few days ago. They were playing Lotus Petal. I have no idea what this is. I'm going to assume that like Null Rod shutting off One Ring and Petal makes it worth playing. They could have Defense Grid. That's a card that they could definitely have. I think Pre-War is not going to matter here. I don't think we're going to be bringing back our creatures. And I think when we cut one of our equipments, we can also cut one of our Stoneforges. These Nile Spellbombs don't do anything against them, I don't believe. So there we have exactly the right number of cards. I don't bring in Surgicals in this situation. I don't think Consign's good enough. It is a blue card, but yeah, I think I'm going to run it like this. If you hear piano in the background, my son playing his original composition. All right, this could be a very quick round depending on how this hand shakes out. I mean, no is what I'm thinking. This would be insane, but no, we can't do this. I've done this too many times. Against Oops, sure, but not against them. This is not a good hand. Doesn't have any great interaction. But we do have Bowmasters and 2 Brainstorms to find interaction. I think we put Stoneforge on ice and we go with Bowmasters here. The reason I think we put Stoneforge on ice is we're going to be tapping out of interaction to cast it. I'll put back the plains. Because we may never need more than 2 lands. So we can definitely go get a Surveil. I mean, there's definitely a risk that they bring in... but we had lots of basics last game, so I don't think they're likely to bring in Magus of the Moon. And if they do, it's like a 2 of. Let's see. Magus of the Moon 2 of. Yeah. I don't think they're likely to bring that in against our basic deck. Because we aggressively fetch basics. And a lot of players, like they play way too many basics. Like 3 is the correct number. But there are a lot of people that'll play like, 10 basics and stuff. Like every card in their deck is a basic. All right. I am going to pass my end step and I am going to fetch my land. So we'll Surveil here. We will go ahead and get Meticulous Archive. Bowmasters is higher upside. They actually... Let's see. Did they shuffle their Ponder? They didn't shuffle their Ponder, which makes me think that they have a... Oh, this is great. They probably have a path to victory. We're unlikely to get... So if we Stoneforge now, it does tap us out of Flusterstorm. But if we hold Bowmasters and they attempt to sculpt more, then Bowmasters is like better than Stoneforge. I think I'm just going to hold my interaction and I can instep Bowmasters. They can always just, get their brainstorm in response to Bowmasters in the instep if they need to. Looks like that's what they're doing. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get an Underground Sea here. And we're going to play a Bowmasters, and they're going to brainstorm in response. And they might counter it. They might even force and then fluster. I'll let that happen. I'm not going to fight over this. Well, if they fight over it, it may mean it's worth fighting over, but... So they are brainstorming on top of this. Yeah, it's totally expected, but we didn't really have a choice. Like, I think holding Bowmasters and trying to get a perfect Bowmasters where you are able to Bowmaster their brainstorm is a mistake. Because you end up just sitting there doing nothing for several turns in a row, and that's not a path forward. You have to be aggressive against this deck, in my opinion. Like, we are very much the beatdown. Even though we're a control deck, we're a beatdown in this matchup. Everybody's a beatdown. Because the longer the game goes on, the more cards they see, just like their inevitability really creeps in. All right, we're going to hit them, and I don't have high hopes. But One Ring is kind of shut off as something they can win with. No Rod. Do we want to play that out? I think it's quite likely that they don't even go on that stack. I think we played No Rod after they cast One Ring, and then we fight over that. I don't want to tap out of interaction here. I'm just going to chill. Yeah, we've locked our cantrips. I don't think they have a removal spell for this. I want to be able to force and pay for Fluster if that's what their interaction is. I'd feel a lot better if I found a Lavinia. If they tap out for force, I'm going to force, and then I'll have Brainstorm up as a potential way to stop it. I don't think they'll go for Show and Tell right now, though. I don't think it makes sense because they'd be tapping out of interaction unless they have, Hydroblast or Red. Okay, they are going for it. Well, this is the force. Okay, that worked. That's a good feeling. So if we Brainstorm now, we do get the option of putting a Stoneforge in. And I do, yeah, I think that's fine. We can preserve the option of no rotting. This is a pretty decent Brainstorm. I think we can put no rot back. They could just follow up with a One Ring though. I like Snapcaster, but we don't actually have any interaction for it. I think we probably put Snapcaster back, and we're going to... Do we want this land? I'm not convinced we do. Here's what I think we do. I think we put back Snapcaster, and we put back the land. We draw the Snapcaster. That is our force pitch. And we have no rod in case they try to put One Ring in. I'm not sure what they would do. But Snapcaster doesn't feel strong here. But I do think it's better than land. Okay. And now we're going to get Cauldra. I'm convinced that that is best. Call me crazy. They may just go for Show and Tell again, but then we are at least putting Cauldra in, which will be better than No Rod. No Rod can always come out next turn. All right. And now if they Show and Tell, they have to basically win immediately because we're going to be putting a lot of pressure on them. Not necessarily immediately. Okay, they're pondering. This is good for us. I would be impressed if they had interaction in their deck. We are going to be able to Bowmaster ping them here and speed up our clock a little bit. One Ring is not even a good card right now because of... okay, so there is Show and Tell mana. Okay. So we're just going to put Cauldra in, and if they go crazy with One Ring, that's okay. All right, so we're probably dead. But they have to draw. Okay, Atraxa is good. Yeah, I think we're probably dead. I don't think we could have played really any differently. I think we forced their first one, and then we didn't have a force for the second one. We didn't draw Lavinia. We didn't draw any hate cards at all. I don't regret tapping out for Stoneforge because we would have needed to draw Ponder, or we would have needed to draw a... so we would have had to take the Tundra, and then we would have had to play out the Tundra and Ponder into a force. And we already knew at least one of our top cards would be bad. Maybe we put back the null rod there and we Ponder. They're Atraxaing again. So we can take a look at the cards that they've already flipped. I don't think it really matters. I don't see how we lose from here. Brainstorm, Ancient Tomb, the One Ring. Okay, they did take a One Ring, and they can just cast that. So I think we can safely F6 here. It looks like Emrakul is going to come, and Emrakul attacks, and we sacrifice every permanent we control. They can just cast it. Yeah, I'm going to concede. Yeah, this was a disappointing round. But this deck is basically anybody who says that their control deck has a good matchup against this deck, this deck is designed to farm control decks. You really have to be a faster combo deck to reliably beat it. And our hate pieces are good, but this is still a bad matchup. So yeah, good games, disappointing games, but yeah, let's think about this. Let's draw some cards. So Lavinia was in the top, but we wouldn't have had the mana to cast it. Okay, so let's say we did take the Ponder, and instead of casting this, we played out Lavinia. That would have stopped omniscience from being able to, they wouldn't have been able to cast spells. They would have been able to cast Emrakul though. So when they found Emrakul, this can't be countered even by Lavinia. I'm not convinced that digging for Lavinia would have gotten done better, but that was probably the better line. So just to be clear, keeping the Tundra, putting the Null Rod back, putting back maybe, I think putting Null Rod back, drawing the Tundra, tapping Tundra so that we can look at our top cards. Keep in mind, we did shuffle off the Stoneforge. Lavinia was not in our top 3 to our knowledge. But I mean, that would have obviously been stronger than putting a Stoneforge in play and hoping to tempo them out. Sometimes they do have to dig deeper to find show and tell. This is like an Omni show list, but let's see. I haven't seen a single sneak attack. They may not even be playing sneak attack. But usually when they're blue-red, they are playing sneak attack. They have Pyroblast, so they could have Pyroblasted Lavinia and then just cast whatever they wanted. So yeah, I'm not convinced that this was winnable. So you in round 4, and I do intend to keep playing at least for a few rounds unless I just completely scrub out. If I completely scrub out, then that'll be a pretty big indictment of me as a Stoneblade player, because I think the deck is solid, and I do think it has good matchups against the meta. All right, we're back for round 4. We are 1-2. We're up against a likely Ninjas opponent. The question is this good enough against Ninjas? This is a double Stoneforge hand. We don't have a path to a second land. I think we mulligan this just because they're likely... I mean, this is good if they're not on Ninjas, but they always play Ninjas, according to this. Like, even in Modern and in Legacy, seem to be big Ninja fans for the past few years. So I think we should assume they're on Ninjas, and I do think we should take a Discipline mulligan here. This is not good either. We'll see whether they mulligan. I think this is a second mulligan. Like, I just don't like the fact that we don't have a way to do anything. Like being able to plow like some Ornithopter or something like that. The actual scary ninja guy, the Planeswalker guy, Kaito, he has Shroud, so you can never plow him anyway. I think we mull. And we're just going to put back Force. We're going to put back Equipment. We're going to put back Force. We're going to put back Equipment. Just like I said. And we're going to hope to see something good out of their hand and then Stoneforge Mystic. I don't expect them to have any Wastelands. I think it's fine to go ahead and Underground Sea here. And then if necessary, we can get a basic Plains. Or a basic Island. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and try to live the dream here with an Underground Sea. Ninjas doesn't traditionally have Wasteland in it. Okay, they're on Beanstalk instead. So we just take the Beanstalk and the rest of their hand doesn't really do anything. Fatal Push is good, but what we'll do is we'll just go get the let's see. They cannot force. They don't have a blue card. They could draw one. But I think we're going to almost certainly want to get pre-war here. They can take out our graveyard in response to pre-war. I think getting anything other than pre-war, though, is intentionally giving ourselves card disadvantage. I'm just going to go get the Tundra. I don't want to get wasted off blue when I have double Brainstorm in hand. We're going to see. I would love for them to force this, but I doubt they will. Actually, given the composition of our hand, it may make sense to just go ahead and get Cryptic Coat. Shieldred's Edict does kill the Cryptic Coat creature. Cryptic Coat is something we can actually cast. Yeah. And so if they push this, that's fine. We have Cryptic Coat coming in, and we can just keep replaying Cryptic Coat. Okay, there's the Underground Sea and the other Underground Sea. Fatal Push, not a surprise. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to brainstorm for a land here, especially a fetch. We do have the combo. They've already used their Fatal Push. We could potentially just get a Planeswalker going here. They may have drawn something that can force this. If they just Shieldred Edict, well, they can Shieldred Edict the Planeswalker, so that's not particularly good. I think I'm just going to hold the Tamiyo, and I'm just going to start with a Brainstorm here. I'm more interested in a Brainstorm into another Thoughtseize than I am into a white spell. It is good to get these out of our hand because our opponent is most likely... I'm not going to be playing Force of Will. I don't think that's where we want to be. If we just stick a frog, then they're highly incentivized to go ahead and edict. They may just edict a Tamiyo, and we could brainstorm in response. I like that. We could put back Cryptic Coat and just get it later. It's not like the best card. No, we're going to have to... Okay, so let's put Cryptic Coat on top. And then we can draw a Cryptic Coat if we need to. Or we can just protect Tamiyo with Brainstorm. Because they have to declare when they're casting Shieldred's Edict, whether it's going to be a creature or a Planeswalker. And then we can just turn her into a Planeswalker. I wouldn't be surprised if they just spellbomb us here. Draw a card? Yep. So we have a good 2-card hand at this point. We have our mana underneath us. They are unlikely to play any sort of like global mana screw card. Okay, let's see what they get. They can't Shieldred's Edict now. They're on Tamiyo. Okay, well, I'm going to definitely attack with Tamiyo and see if they block. We're definitely in the market for... So on top of our deck, we have a Force of Will that we don't want and a equipment that we don't want. I should have probably surveilled there. That was probably a missed opportunity to surveil. I'm going to get a Scrubland just so we ensure we have all our colors. So we're drawing wild. Another Brainstorm. I don't dislike it. I think we can Brainstorm with the Underground Sea. Let's go ahead and attack first. Okay. Are you going to block? Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, and if we Brainstorm, we actually give up the ability to do anything in response to Shieldred's Edict, but I think we need to find a plow here. They could have Force of Will up. They did have a second. Okay, so Spellbomb is, or Stoneforge is definitely another plan. I think I like Stoneforge more than I like casting Psychic Frog. And I don't want Undercity at all, so I can shuffle that away. They could have days. It's totally possible. I'm going to go ahead and plus this. And I'm going to attempt to Stoneforge because I do really want to shuffle. If they force this, that's too bad. They let it go. This is great. I'm going to go get pre-war. They didn't have 2 Spellbomb, did they? I'm not like crazy, am I? Okay. So I'm going to assume that they did use their other Spellbomb. And now, Shieldred's Edict will almost certainly take out Tamiyo unless they want to just dump a bunch of cards in a frog. If they dump a bunch of cards in a frog, that is risky. I could also just... Are they going to push here? What are they doing? Brainstorm? Shieldred's Edict? Each Planeswalker. Okay, well, I can't do anything about that. I can pre-war and get her back, though. And I do have the Brainstorm to get her back. They may be able to Mystic Sanctuary to deal with her, but that's still like a 1-for-1. They are going to have to pitch a card to Psychic Frog here to connect because it's debuffed. All right, they discarded the Swamp. They're going to deal with damage. They're going to draw a card. So their hand is Force of Will, 1 unknown. There's a Ponder. We do want to get our Frog out, but we need to get it out when it's actually advantageous to get it out, and currently it's not. Like, I think likely they'll just be able to rebuy removal from the graveyard with Tamiyo here. So they do flip Tamiyo. Okay, so land is pretty good. Land gives us both Psychic Frog and Tamiyo. Or alternatively, Clue. So I am going to go ahead and put her in. Is this correct? I think it's fine. So we'll get Tamiyo back. We could Psychic Frog here. I like the idea of surprising them by flipping Tamiyo after they have to discard some cards to block. And this does keep up Clue if nothing happens. I don't think they're going to push a Tamiyo just chilling in the sky like that. But they can blow us out with Force of Will after we block Frog. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and attempt to Brainstorm here. If they have Bowmasters, they have Bowmasters. This does mean that they can just kill her with Tamiyo or with Frog. So I didn't really accomplish much here. Yeah, I definitely don't need this land. I think I'll just keep the Brainstorm in case of emergency here. We We negated their spell, but they're still going to be able to like, strike her down here. Yeah, I'm not even sure that was a good play. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this slipped away because we were on the play, and we're definitely the aggressor here. I think just not finding removal at all. We're 17 cards into our deck and we haven't found a plow. There's a wasteland that's not going to be too consequential, but they are firing it off. I mean, the fact that they had the first frog really made a huge difference, and they're getting back Fatal Push. Hopefully they burn it now. Yep, there it goes. I'll be a lot happier after sideboarding and when I have my... Okay, so this is the ponder we knew we were going to get. We do have a shuffle effect on top of our deck. We could frog here, but I really want to find a plow. I'm going to dig deep for a plow. Prismatic Ending does it. I don't know that they have days, but they certainly could. I think it's worth it to try to get rid of this frog. And if they have days, they have days. Like, I don't think we play around that contingency. They may force here. Every turn that, yeah, they had days. Unfortunately, I'm almost certain we've lost here. And I feel like I've just been kind of cramped by this this combination of cards. And maybe there was something I could have done about it, but it didn't feel like it. I think wasting our Brainstorm last turn was definitely a mistake when they could just attack the Tamiyo. I mean, it saved us a few life, but that doesn't really matter here. Now we have to deal with Tamiyo again. Snapcaster is probably the best draw in our deck, but like they almost certainly have something to go with the force now, and that would be a great thing for them to force. I could play out my own frog, but it's pretty sclerotic because they can just push it. They can minus their Tamiyo and push. Yeah, we're getting completely tempoed out here. We lost black, so we can't even cast Psychic Frog anymore. Drawing a land, which is good. I am going to go ahead and attempt to Brainstorm first. I think, like, it's sad. Maybe deploying Psychic Frog was the play, but it didn't feel like it. I'll put these back. At least we're forcing them to consider returning Fatal Push if we play out our... I'll get a Swamp here. If we play out our Psychic Frog, but they could also just have another days. We can suit up our Frog and deal a little bit more damage, but I don't think it's going to be consequential. This is the second time this week I think I've lost to Beans with this deck, which it is the bigger control deck for sure. But we stopped the Beans, and now we're dying to the Frog. So maybe I should be playing Bug Beans. I don't know. I've not been happy with the performance of the deck recently. It doesn't feel good against Reanimator. But I mean, if a lot of people are playing control decks, it is a control deck. Yeah, like there's no hope here. Like this is another Frog. So we can suit up our Frog, but even if we suit up our Frog will be smaller. And it'll be debuffed by Tamiyo. Teferi is a relevant card. So one option is we just go ahead and bounce their Frog. Are we dead on board? Let's see. Yeah, we're actually dead on board. If we bounce and attack, I think I'm not going to show them that I have Teferi. I'm not going to show them any more information. I'm just going to concede. I could, of course, just pass and try to recoup some time because we were playing slower than them. Okay, so Bowmasters definitely comes in here. No doubt about that. Harbinger could be good, but it's probably not. Let's think about it. I don't think Lavinia is good. They're not actually playing that many big spells. Like Murktide, they may be playing 2 Murderous Cuts. I think the spellbombs come out for sure. They're just not that good. They do have some value, but they're not great. We'll keep the forces in. We keep all the gear in. Yeah, I think we just run it like this. And I mean, I don't think they actually play that many Wastelands, but it felt like they were playing a lot. They've wasted us twice. This is a double Surveil Land hand. We could definitely get wasted out of the game. However, if we don't, we have Force of Will. We have Plow. I think black is actually the more important of our 2 colors, so I'm going to lead on white. Cryptic Coat, I don't really want that. I need a land. You definitely feel like having the equipment as dead draws, like drawing Caldera. I think like I've drawn Caldera in my opening hand several times this tournament. I think I'm just going to play this out and I'm going to chill. And I have Daze Protection on my Force in case they try to Beanstalk. This is also not something I'm looking for. I'm looking for land. I do have Brainstorm to find land in a pinch, so I'll probably be pitching Frog. I mean, I could Frog and try to defend it, but then Daze is on again. Playing a deck without Daze in it, you really feel it. Because Daze is, of course, is an offensive tempo card, but your opponents can also use Daze against you. Here's a Frog, which is fine. I'm not going to do anything about this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let this resolve, and then I'm going to plow it, so I don't have to worry about Daze. And then I'm going to try to Brainstorm into a land. Okay, I no longer need to Brainstorm into a land. I think I just plow here and pass with Bowmasters up potentially, or Brainstorm up. Is there any merit to pass? Like, I think we do upkeep. Let's see, upkeep, they do have double Daze, but that's not necessarily a big deal. I'm just thinking, like, I don't want to turn on Force Negation. I can't imagine them having Force Negation in their deck. Yeah, I'll do upkeep. Okay, that was clean. Okay, that is a Force. If it resolves, I will be casting Bowmasters. But I'm going to try to keep it from resolving. If they emergency Brainstorm here, okay, nothing. So now we have the option of going ahead and Bowmastering. And I think it's fine to apply pressure here because they have a better long game than we do. If they Daze here, that sucks. They don't. They could have sweepers in the form of... Okay, so there's the Fatal Push. That's fine. I'm happy to get that out of the way. So now I'm just going to go get pre-war Formalwear. I doubt they have any graveyard interaction in the deck. I think I'm going to jam all my stuff. I don't think they have Daze. So I'm going to go black, white, Stoneforge Mystic. That's the more important of the two. Now we'll go get pre-war. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and also play a Frog. We're just going to max pressure here when they don't have Daze. So even if they kill our Stoneforge Mystic or our Frog, we have pre-war to bring them back. So I'm actually kind of hoping that they kill one of these. But bringing back a Bowmaster is not embarrassing either. Okay. They're brainstorming while they can. I'm trying to think of what sideboard cards could wreck us here. Obviously, if they have a giant Murktide, that's bad, but it's not as bad as it would have been. They would need a land as well, and it wouldn't be a giant Murktide. It'd be like a 5/5. I do presume they have a lot of Murktides in their deck. Their own Bowmasters would be bad, but actually Formalwear is fine because it can like kill their Bowmasters. And because the free war will attach to Bowmasters, they won't be able to Bowmaster our Bowmaster. Okay, they have a land. They can fetch and they can Murktide here. I'm trying to think of what else they could do. Beanstalk would still be a pain. If they Toxic Deluge, that is super duper sad. I would pre-war and I would just get my Stoneforge back, I guess, if they did that. If they have Harbinger of the Seas, that would be bad. They do have basics that I don't have. But I'm not as worried about that because at least I've got a Frog in play. There's the big Murktide. It's a 5/5. So it does wall our aggression for the moment. They can't attack with it, or we'll attack back. I like pre-war to get the Bowmasters back, buff the Orc Army token. Then we can move it over to Psychic Frog. We don't have the mana to do that unless we play out our Marsh Flat. I think we just pass with the option of pulling back Bowmasters and see what they do. If they just chill for a turn or two, that's not the end of the world. 4 cards in hand. Forcing Beans was absolutely crucial. I don't think we would be in this game at all if Beans had resolved. There's a Beanstalk. I am going to go ahead and put this into play just in case they have some interaction. So they can't do anything before. All right, and sadly that is going to resolve. So here's the Fatal Push. I think they're going to cut after this comes into play, and while the draw trigger is still on the stack. Yeah, we didn't have an option. They could have done this either way. So they are going to... Oh, Dismember. Well, that works too. Paid a lot of life for that. Okay, so they have some mana out now. Frog of their own. So they can make their Murktide bigger. So even if I equip Pre-War onto Psychic Frog and it becomes a 3/5, I can only discard 2 cards. So I can't kill this in combat anymore. If they're... Wait, actually, they don't have enough cards to discard to be able to put something in the yard. So I do have a line. Thoughtseize is bad because they're just going to use the ability. So I think I'm going to go ahead and equip here. I'll keep white up in case I happen to draw something off this. So we can't attack, and they could double block it. They can't double block because they can't discard cards. Oh no, I didn't fly it. Yeah, had I flown it, then this would be safe. It's not going to be safe though. I'll just be able to kill the Murktide. I won't be able to kill the... Yeah, they can double block here. They're not going to block at all. They're low enough that I think it's okay. I think I grow it. Do I degrow it? I don't think this either of these are going to do anything here. Because the fact that they have a frog out basically means... Yeah, I'm just going to get it big and hit for some damage so that I can have a bigger retaliatory strike. Because we draw... Delta, that's something I'm just going to discard. We don't have any Surveil lands left in the deck. They're disincentivized from attacking. I mean, they could definitely attack with the frog, but I'll definitely block it. They really need removal here. So this is what Frog Supremacy finally feels like. My goodness, it took long enough to get it. And we're still just like a removal spell away from being back in the toilet. No attack. You love to see it. Let's draw. Brainstorm's a great draw. I think I go ahead and attack with Frog again. They do have enough cards that they could discard and they could make Frog up to an 8/8, but I can make this up to a 7/7. They could double block. If I attack with the Orc Army, then they can pitch cards. If I attack here, it basically becomes a force block. I think I'm taking a huge risk by brainstorming first, but I do think that's correct. Just in case I can find a plow. They may have force here. They don't. These are terrible cards. Put these back. I am probably going to need to shuffle these away. So that means that maybe I don't attack here because they have the ability to get bigger. I am going to just chill for a turn. If they attack me, they attack me. I have tons of life. I just need to get a clean beat on them. Beat on them. I'm not sure what it's called. Whenever the sniper's got like the red scope. Every card they draw is potentially 2 cards because of Up the Beanstalk. But we're not in danger of a second Murktide yet. That'd be a nightmare though. They are attacking. This is fine. I'm going to let it through. Now, Frog is a force block, so I will get 3 damage on them this turn. Assuming they don't have a way to remove my frog. They have a second frog. Okay. I'll go ahead and fetch now to avoid drawing bad cards. We'll just get a Scrubland so we have all our colors. We have another frog. I think it's worth just attacking and seeing how they react. Oh, I'm going to jump it. 1, 2. I'll exile the bowmasters, I guess. 3. 8 minutes on the clock. I have to play quickly. We go and attack. Or are they going to jump and trump? Looks like it. They had a daze, so they had really bad cards in hand. So we're going to be able to connect here. Yeah, their Murktide's bigger. That's kind of scary. Okay, the chump. We don't get a card. I think we go ahead and we play a second frog. Just in case something happens to the first one. They don't have the ability to jump anymore. So Murktide is going to get through. I'm just worried. What could they have? Like another Beanstalk is bad for sure. Nothing we can do about it. Not attacking is probably correct here, unless they have something I don't know about. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potentially. It's not lethal if they do decide to chump stuff, so we have to just chill for another turn. The clock is like ticking down. We're like really screwed on time here. So I'm just going to play quickly, be decisive. We're still not getting good cards. This is a 7/7. They have one card they can pitch, so we can beat it in the air. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go to combat here with this. And I'm going to exile 3 cards to fly it. 1, 2, 3. And I will happily pitch cards here to keep it alive. They block. They have one card in hand. If it's like some sort of removal spell, that's the game. Okay, we're going to pass. We have them pretty dead next turn unless they draw something fantastic, but they have a lot of card draw available to them. Rainforest. Okay, they're going to make us attack again and burn our clock more. This is basically a forced block, so I should attack with everything. Actually, what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I'll just go ahead and get Caldera to guarantee that it's a win. It's not guaranteed, but it's likely a win. Okay, is this Hardcast Force? It is. They draw 2 cards. They could draw like a Fatal Push or a Murderous Cut. I'm just going to attack with everything. Again, it's a forced block. They can't kill us on the backswing. Just F6 to save clock. We either win or we don't. If there's another turn, that's okay. They're flying. I don't know what the point of flying is. Okay, so we're going to get a card here. I'm going to DF6. I'm going to go ahead and... Okay, I guess I F6 through my turn, so I couldn't cast Ponder. I didn't think about the consequences of that. Yeah, they can jump again. There's the Ponder. We can't equip pre-war onto the other Orc army, so we have 2 lethal attackers. But I think it's quite likely they find a removal spell after all this, and if it's the Murderous Cut, then we're in trouble. Man, maybe I should be playing this deck. I don't know. It always felt to me like Frog and Beanstalk didn't belong in the same deck, though. But maybe if we treat Frog as Beanstalk number 5 and 6, or maybe even 7, I don't think you play all 4. We're going to have real trouble beating them in 6 minutes, though. This is a long Ponder. They probably also have a Surveil land left. And with that double Beanstalk out, they have a lot of options. Okay, there's the Surveil. So they're surveilling away some bad card. Okay. So now, I think it does make sense to just put Caldera in and kill them. Now they're like super duper dead. They'll need several removal spells. I don't think they even have removal spells that can stop Caldera. They can kill Caldera. I'm just going to attack with everything. It does make sense to move this around. This will only take a second to do. They can like do weird things with like timing their things just to get to try to trick me into like double clicking on something I don't mean to. I'm just going to F6 here. Wait. I may need to pitch a card. I'll just do that. Just in case. I can't imagine how they survive this. Okay. That was really hard. That was working very, very hard for our win. My goodness. Like, you can entomb, reanimate, or you can play for like 15 minutes just on the edge of the knife. I don't see any need to make any changes. Yeah, I don't think Harbinger's correct. I think we run it back. All right, we're going to run it back. No changes. We are definitely in danger in the sense that they could just, stall out the board. And we don't have enough time to win because we have like 6 minutes or something on our clock. I think our main strategy is going to be just trying to get Frog on, like slamming cards like we did last game. I think that worked. We overwhelmed them And we're probably going to need to do something like that to win in time. Yeah, slightly less than 6 minutes to their 9 minutes. I'm going to keep anything that has lands and spells, probably. I'm not going to count on Tamiyo being a path to victory, like Tamiyo Ultimate. I probably would just cut her if I had a good card to bring in, but I didn't. You could definitely argue that, yeah, this is totally keepable. Keep. So what we're going to do is we're going to force Beanstalk and nothing else. We're going to just keep jamming frogs. If we get a 2-for-1, great. They play a creature, we'll plow it. We're not going to play on basics because we don't want to get color screwed. Thoughtseize, it's a good opener. Just going to F6 here. Sleep clock. Took a frog. They may well have some sort of interaction for our frog. I am going to just play this out and I'll pass. Like I said, I'm not going to play on basics. I'm going to go get a surveil land end step. We do have force up if they Beanstalk. Hedge maze. All right. End step. Fetch. Black blue. Stoneforge for sure. Just going to jam her. I'll keep the force back up. We're not going to force to get her through. We can pre-war her, assuming they don't waste us. I'm going to save force specifically for Beanstalk. That's the card I care the most about in their deck. I'm going to get Cauldron. I could definitely get Cryptic Coat, but it's a slower card. That's to be expected. She'll be back. Now I can get Cryptic Coat. Pre-war is maybe worth forcing to keep to get it through in case they have days. They may be finding a wasteland here. I don't know if they saw this marsh flats or if we drew it after. I think we started with 3 lands in hand, so they probably know that we have another land coming. But we naturally drew pre-war, so they don't know that we have that. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, I could have countered that, but I'm still worried about Beanstalk. We're not a tempo deck. Like, we run them out of cards in hand, and then we win. Sure. They have a lot of scary cards now. They have so much mana. There's a frog. That's a plow target. I'm just going to go ahead and jam pre-war. I'll get my scrub. I could bounce for a turn. I don't think that favors us. I think proactivity favors us. So we're going to start hitting with Cauldron next turn. We've got lots of interaction up, so I can't really F6. They're going to have to jump if they want to get through, which I imagine they will. 4 minutes on the clock isn't, Cauldron's fast enough that we can close. If they put counters on the frog, plow is waiting for it. I don't think they will. But if they do, plow is waiting for it. Next turn, I've got plow into my own frog. Actually, I have plow into Cauldron. That's what I'll do. They have 4 cards. Do they have an answer to Stoneforge? I think Cauldron might be powerful enough that we do pitch cast force here. So black mana coming in. Pernicious Deed. I think this is a force. Wait, they have 2 mana. Yeah, that's enough to stop us. I'm going to pitch Coat. If they force back, we're screwed. They do force back. They can blow up our Stoneforge. That will blow up their frog and their carpet. Oh no, they can blow up everything. We'll see if they're brave enough to do that. If they pass the turn, I am 100% putting this Cauldron on the table. The clocks are narrowing. All right, we're dead. Everything's dead. We're going to play out a frog to their open board. I think I just go blue, black, frog, and I'm going to Tamiyo as well. Well, I feel favored, but they know what they're drawing, I think, because they brainstormed. Their own Tamiyo. They have 0 cards in their hand. I think we just bounce Tamiyo. Draw a card. Now we've got force up. See what we draw here. Love to get a blue card. It's not. It's still a good card, though. Oh, I didn't plus her. That was dumb. Yeah, I'm just playing quickly. I don't know if it'll be of consequence. It may very well be of consequence. Okay, there's one of their known cards. This could be like an Uro or something. I'm trying to think of what 3-drops they play. There's a Murktide. That's fine. I'll plow it. Just going to go ahead and do that now. I'll get a Plains and plow. Okay, now we have to do damage quickly. Yeah, not being able to regrow is definitely sad here. I'm going to attack, and if they block, I will happily discard cards. I think we do go ahead and discard this just to do extra damage. I'm going to play out my Tundra, so I have Hardcast Force up. Draw a card. Brainstorm is good. I will pass with Clue activation up. Force of Will. Orcish Bowmasters for when they draw. Off of the Clue if they do that. If they Brainstorm or do anything like that, Bowmasters is going to stop them. Black, white, Bowmasters. Let's go ahead and hit them. 2 minutes on the clock. Keep composure. We are ahead. Hit him again. Fatal Push on our Frog. I'll just force that. Oh, I should have activated my Clue. That was a misplay. Okay, that's weird. It's not letting me untap my land. Whatever. Okay, it worked. We're just super low on time. Plus, minus for force. Go ahead and attack with everything. Discard this. Okay, another Brainstorm. That's fine. Let's pass. They're not dead on board, but I just have to attack them 2 more times. They shouldn't even attack with Tamiyo here. That's fine. We'll force this. Blue. Blue. Force. If they have another removal spell, that would be a pain. Okay. Plus here. Plus here. Attack with everything. We're 1 away from... Oh, wait. There's lethal. So we just cracked this Clue. And then we've got 6... Or 5... 6, 7, 8, 9. That's as close as they get. I'm going to F6. That was as close as games get. I'm F6 even if they try to do things with like the Clue token or whatever. We've won. All right. Wow. That is hard freaking work. My goodness. We used every second of the clock almost. Yeah, wow. That felt really uphill. But it's reassuring that we can beat a greater control deck, like a control deck that is favored as the game goes along. I feel like Bowmasters was absolutely clutch there. I feel like Teferi, just having the one of Teferi in the deck, that really was good. We got into a force fight over something I can't even remember. My brain is a blur. I'm going to get up and walk around for a few minutes because basically the round, there's one match in progress. We were the second to last to end. I'm glad I captured that on film though, because that felt amazing. Like we felt so behind game 1 and game 2, and we just managed to fight through the Murktide. The plow was really instrumental. Every single point of damage, like they could have hung back for a turn, and we may not have had time to close out the game if they had just not attacked with that Teferi. I think that attack with Teferi was a big mistake. I guess we could have just Teferi bounced, and then we would have had an extra card for the Frog. So maybe it wasn't that big of a consequence because Teferi was on 3 at the beginning of the turn, and I just instinctively plus them at the, as a heuristic. Like if I'm not going to minus them, I plus Teferi, I plus Tamiyo, just to save time and save thinking. But like, man, I nearly missed lethal there. It was like scary how close I was to missing lethal. Round 5, we are 2-2 up against a likely Painter player. This is not a keep against Painter, I don't think. I'm going to mulligan this. What are we looking for? What helps us in Painter? Non-blue threats. Stoneforge. Ugly, ugly mulligan. No way we can keep this. They don't do anything to pressure our mana. Maybe the first hand was a keep. It was a double force hand, but that feels really bad. You don't want to draw a force against Painter. I mean, it's not like atrocious. It's not like a completely dead card, but nothing feels worse than getting your force blasted. You're never really safe to force because a lot of times they play Simian Spirit Guide. So look, this is their likely build from as of a few weeks ago. Chaos Defiler in the deck, 2 Furies, 7 Blasts. This is what I'm talking about. Fable. Fable is like the best card to force, and Engineer, because they have kind of like ETB equivalent effects. Yeah, this is going to be an uphill one because we don't really have anything. They mulliganed as well. This is the best hand we've seen. It has a Stoneforge. I'm not going to put much stock in Frog when they have 7 blasts in their deck. Actually, I think at this point though, we probably do have to. We put the forces back, and we hope to ponder into a land. Do they play? They play Magus in the sideboard, but I'm going to assume they don't have anything main deck that we need to worry about, so we can go ahead and get a Surveil land to maximize looks at land with Ponder. Okay, I'm going to keep this. I think we put the forces back. It's going to be really ugly if we don't find a land. If we open Ponder. High likelihood of finding a land. But with Surveil lands, I think it's totally fine to not do it. And then we just get the Meticulous Archive and we plow next turn. Our opponent has wished us luck back. Which is more than I can say for a lot of the rounds. A lot of people just seem to ignore. Maybe they don't want to get tilted or wish their opponent luck because they're like superstitious or something. But it's just like, it makes you feel good when you say, good luck, have fun. You know, because that's what this is about. This is not like a high stakes, you know, it's not like we're playing poker for like $1 million or something. We're playing to see if we can get the glory. Stoneforge into Caldera is pretty damn good because we don't have any artifacts they can swap for. Vexing Bauble does not affect us because we were, I guess, wise. Certainly in retrospect, in hindsight, we look wise. Let's get the archive here. Force is a perfect card to dodge here, so I'm really glad I did it the way I did it. Land, please. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, Mystic is going to be the first thing. Well, so let's think about this. We could Frog, and then they have to respect Frog, and maybe they blast it. And then we Stoneforge for the suit. But I think just getting Caldera is fine because we do kind of want to race them. And what are the odds? Do they have Bolt? They don't actually, other than Fury, they don't really have anything that stops this. So I think I am going to go ahead and just get Caldera here. And that will put them on a clock, especially if they're trying to beat us with constructs or something like that. Caldera is strong against that. So Fury would be pretty good here. But it's not going to like shut down what I'm doing over here. Like I've still got plenty of options. There's the Urza Saga. So Urza Saga, Painter Grindstone can outrace us. Let's see, we hit with Caldera 3 times, Welder. So it's worth noting that Chaos Defiler, I think, does it destroy? Destroy them at random. So it's not sacrifice or anything like that. So we don't have to worry about that ruining our day. I am going to go ahead and just aggro here. Feel like it's right. Keep them on as short a clock as possible. Make it painful for them to use their Ancient Tomb if they draw it. I don't believe they have any main deck answer to this. Yeah, and because it's indestructible, like even, you know, Painter into a blast. So the scariest thing they could do would definitely be put a Painter onto the table. Goblin Engineer is scary. They could get Chaos Defiler, but it's not going to stop us. So the scary thing that they could do here is, okay, there's the Painter. They can put Painter into play. We can plow Painter. They can blast the plow if they have red up. I'm trying to think of how we handle this situation. Let's see what we draw first. Okay, now we have plow, but we don't have plow, snap plow. I think if we find a second plow or a prismatic ending, we're cooking. No, wait, if we find prismatic ending, that's not good enough. We need to find another plow or a force. I'm going to go ahead and do this now. These are not good enough. I'm going to shuffle these. Now spellbomb also does it. Yeah, we didn't get there. So we have to hope that they don't... that they're not able to both return Servant and grind us and answer plow. I don't think I'm missing anything here. The Psychic Frog doesn't matter. Snapcaster doesn't matter. It all comes down to whether they can answer plow. I think I'm going to do this. I don't think this is likely to scare them, but I am going to do it. Like, there's no downside to doing it. I think they'll just block with the engineer. If I had kept black up, I could have baited like us having bowmasters. Is there any reason to plow here? Let's think about this. So we plow the welder. They can still sacrifice bauble, pay 1 mana, return welder to play, and then they have 3 mana to grind us out. So as long as they do not have a blast, we are okay. But if they have a blast, that's game. If we could even slow them down a turn, that would be good. Like if they weld Painter out of play, because then we have Snapcaster to potentially do it. But I think we just need to accept that like it's all coming down to whether this plow resolves. I probably should have played out Flooded Strand instead of Tundra here. That's fine. There's the Grindstone. There's the extra land. 7 blasts in the deck. Odds are most definitely that they have it in their deck. Okay, welder is activated. So they can't weld it out of play and weld it back into play. Everything's blue. We're going to attempt to do this, but they can blast it. They blast it. We tried our best. We really did. That's just how it works. Maybe they're blasting it. So we're dead. Well, I'm not going to show them my deck. That's really unfortunate. But like structurally, blue decks are extremely unfavored against Painter. Painter is just a really solid deck. Let's say hypothetically we kept the force around. It wouldn't have mattered. They had Vexing Bauble. Yeah. Okay. So does this get better after board or worse? I think it might get better. So Null Rod is definitely coming in. Bowmasters is pretty good against them, surprisingly. Hydroblast, quite good. Consign to Memory is not bad by any means. So we could probably actually put all these in. I don't think Surgical is where you want to go. Like people say, oh, it's you can use Graveyard Hate. Graveyard Hate actually would have been okay there. It wouldn't have been phenomenal, but it would have been okay. Like they would have had to sack the Bauble in response to Nile Spellbomb and then put the Painter Servant in where we could have potentially plowed it when they were tapped out, if they were tapped out. But yeah, it's not great. Cards that come out, Teferi definitely comes out. I think Pre-War comes out, or Cryptocoat comes out. We're never going to get anywhere with these blue cards. I would argue that Force could come out. It's pretty bad. Tamiyo is pretty bad. Thoughtseize is not terrible. The problem with Tamiyo is, unlike Frog can actually like do damage and potentially win the game in a pinch. Tamiyo just, like, if you flip her over, she's just a 1 red mana spell away from not even existing as a planeswalker anymore. I'm not sure if there's anything else we need to do here. There is a nombo between having Null Rod. Okay, so here's what I think we're going to do. We're on the draw. I think I'm going to keep a couple forces in. I don't like them by any means, but I do think they're better than Nile Spellbomb. The problem with Nile Spellbomb is our Null Rod shuts them off, and they just they can be welded out of play. Like if you have a Nile Spellbomb, even if you have a Cauldra, it becomes a problem. Yeah, I like this configuration. Also, Nile Spellbomb is kind of slow, and they can just do stuff at instant speed. So, like I said last game, Nile Spellbomb wouldn't have really mattered. It would have been a bad top deck. Consign does seem strong. They do have a lot of artifacts in their deck. You can consign the Urza Saga Search Trigger, for example. That's pretty good. You can even potentially, if they put the Search Trigger on the stack and then they attempt to make a construct, you can potentially consign both of those triggers. So you can get kind of like a 2-for-1, or at least stop their Urza Saga from being a N-for-1. I'm definitely going to try to Cauldra as quick as I can, though. Yeah, I mean, if you think about the ways that our deck wins, like Cauldra is probably the main thing. Seems like a good hand. I like Bowmasters a lot. I like the ability to play on basics. We probably can't play on basics, but we can surveil, and then we can get a basic plains, and at least we have white. Then we have the ability to potentially plow a mid-game Magus of the Moon. And when I say mid-game, as early as turn 3, they can play it out. I do think Surveil is right here because we do want to get the blue-black land to go with our planes. All right, Welder is okay. That is going to get Bowmastered for sure. Bowmaster is good against Painter. It also stops or makes it painful for them to use the trigger on Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I think we do want this land. Yeah, so we can kind of cast Stoneforge next turn with Consign Up. There's no reason to reveal that we have a plains. It is worth going ahead and doing this now before they can get any value out of it. This also makes Vexing Bauble like a less good card because they can't really crack it profitably. But yeah, like Welder is very dangerous. Like they just put Engineer on the stack, and I mean we could have like responded to it, but they weld out a land. I mean they just play a land, artifact land, and then suddenly it turns on their graveyard without even using the stack. There's a lot of scary things that can happen if you leave Welder out. So I just err on the side of caution. And this is a heuristic in that specific situation. Maybe if you think really hard, you can't think of a situation that would emerge where Welder would be live without you having the ability to respond with Orcish Bowmasters. But a lot, like thinking takes a lot of time. And I do need some heuristics to guide my play because I'm a slow player. Unholy Heat. Deal. 2 for 1. Painter. We don't immediately have an answer to Painter. In fact, if they untap and just play, we're kind of screwed. So we're looking for, I think we do at least take a crack at finding, okay, so one option is we can consign with Replicate if they put like a Grandstone on the stack. I think, and then double, then they'd have to have 2 blasts to stop it. I think that's okay. I do really, really, really want to find a plow if I can. So I'm going to ponder, and I might like a card and then also want to shuffle. Prismatic Ending is an answer. I think we grab that. Yeah, I'm just going to exile this. I'm not going to mess around. So, of course, they may have Simian Spirit Guide. I don't think that was on their list, but they can always have it. And if they have Simian Spirit Guide plus Blast, that stops this. Okay, I am going to be able to go in for a quick hug. We're not going to be able to consign this turn, unfortunately. We do have our most important color, which is white, because that's what we use to get Stoneforge Mystic into play and then to deploy the Cauldron. Okay, they have 4 mana, 1 ring, lots of scary stuff that can come out. Fable's scary. We're just going to accept Fable. We can consign the trigger where it becomes a creature. I think we keep consign up. I'm just going to go blue, white, Stoneforge. If they attack in, they attack in. They should attack in probably. If they have Fury, we can consign the trigger. I like that flexibility more than I like pondering to set up our next draw. I can brainstorm end step just to make efficient use of mana because I do think we need to be swift here. It's too bad we don't have Bowmaster out to punish this. So they discarded Phyrexian Dragon Engine. That's a good card to discard. If they bring it back, we can consign the trigger that gives them the 3 cards. Consign is actually really good in this matchup. I hadn't thought about all the different triggers we could consign. I'll let that hit me. I don't want to lose my Stoneforge. Okay, this is Magus of the Moon. Options. 1, we brainstorm. I think that's the best option. Because we could hit one of our forces. Yeah, I'm going to brainstorm now. Okay, we did hit a force. That's excellent. It's most likely going to get countered, but we can probably safely pitch Frog because Frog is going to get blasted either way if they have a blast. I don't know if they have a way to take a card out of our hand, but it might make might make sense to put the Cauldron back on top. Is there a way to make us discard? I don't think so. They probably brought in the Ensnaring Bridge, which is kind of scary. I do think this is a force, though. I'll put these lands back. Sadly, we're just going to be ripping blank cardboard if this resolves. If it doesn't resolve and we get a chance to do something, then see, do they have the blast? Oh, they don't have the blast. Okay, that's big. So we can ponder away the bad cards next turn. We're going to get a land, which we want. Then we can ponder away the bad cards. If they have Fury or Dead Gone or something like that. Okay, Goblin Engineer. Scary, but not anything we can do. Let's see what they put down there. Of course, we're not worried about the Chaos Defiler. They can't actually put it in with Engineer. It has to be something that they can put in with Engineer. So we don't think they have Red Blast, but we do think that they're going to return Phyrexian Dragon Engine next turn. Ensnaring Bridge is scary. I'm trying to think if we even have an answer. We have one more Prismatic Ending in the deck. So we could stifle this ability, but we're not going to be able to do enough damage quickly enough. If we plow it, then we effectively deal with it. So I think what we're going to do here, we're going to draw. We know at least one of these cards is dead, so we're just going to shuffle right through it. I'm just going to go ahead and shuffle now to maximize the looks we get off Ponder. I'll get a basic island, just out of respect. Now we're going to Ponder. If we find a plow, that's very good. If we find a Prismatic Ending, oh, Null Rod does not do what we need it to do here. Unfortunately, that's going to be a shuffle. Yeah, Brainstorming is just going to get us lower on mana. Plow. I think we just plow and we swing in. We need to plow anyway because they're going to be able to start doing Fable tricks. Yeah, it sucks, but I do think we get the clock going here. They are going to be able to discard their hand and draw a new hand, which sucks, but I think we do want to start beating. Yeah, I saw the side. I think I pointed out the Ensnaring Bridge earlier. Yeah, that like completely locks down what we're trying to do because we have to win through damage. We could, in theory, still win through some crazy sequence where we, had like Frog and discarded a bunch of cards of Frog. This sucks, by the way, being tapped out when we have Consign in our hand. Okay, so they're legend rolling their City of Traders. Another Magus is fine here if that's what they're doing. It's a lot of mana. Dragon Engine comes back. They discard their hand. They draw. They get haste. They can start copying it next turn, which I think gives them... No, it doesn't give them the ability. They have 3 mana up. I'm not worried about dying to damage. This does hit for 4 because it's double strike. We'll see what they drew. They already played their land for turn with the City of Traders. I think they might be scared to tap City of Traders or tap Ancient Tomb. Maybe that was why they legend rolled the... well, I guess they were going to discard it anyway. They did have a Red Blast in their hand when they discarded. That's interesting. 3 mana. Painter. All right. Everything's blue. Okay, they're creating a clue, a token. We're taking some damage. I think we're drawing wild, right? So this gets exiled. So they can copy their painter if we don't get rid of it immediately. But I think that's all. Oh, Null Rod. I don't think this actually does that much because they can blast it. I am going to cast it though. I'm going to swing in here. We can still replicate 2 times. I've got 2 chumps holding back. They don't have anything in their graveyard that's scary to return other than Ensnaring Bridge. They dropped a 3. Oh no! Oh no, I accidentally clicked through my my second end step, so I'm not going to be able to use the Null Rod. So there is a world in which they kill us here. If they have specifically, what's it called? Urza Saga kills their City of Traders, and it is a path to eventually being able to... it is a path to eventually being able to Grindstone. We can just stop the search trigger. They can attack in... If they attack with the Goblin Shaman token, I think I double block. They can buy time pretty effectively with with Kiki Jiki. Oh man, this is a close game. Like I said in the previous round, like you have to fight for basically every ounce. I think it's worth going ahead and killing this thing. We don't really care about Stoneforge, I don't think. Wait, do we? Let's think about this. I actually think we don't block because these are extra damage. They're force blocks. So we can't quite kill them, but we can get them pretty low here. All right. They have a ton of treasure. Another Stoneforge. What does this do? This gets bowmasters back from the graveyard. Let's see. If we go get the equipment, this buffs this. They have to block this. So even if they block everything, then bowmasters comes back. It pings them. This gets bigger. It uses up all our mana, and it does deny us the ability to cast Null Rod or to consign anything. So are they dead if we do that? I don't think they are. I think the smart thing to do is go ahead and just attack with Cauldra. Keep consign up, and then we will play the Stoneforge Mystic out. Yeah, I'm just going to attack here. Okay, they're doing something. They're copying. That does not matter. It's just like going to potentially block and save them some damage. They could block with both, but that would exile one of them. Okay, so 2 splashing through. They're at 1. And they are dead to bowmasters now. Unless they have a way to stop what I'm about to do. Which I don't think they can do it. I'm trying to think of if there's anything in their deck. Okay, this is the Pyro. All right. That is fine. So now we have consign. I'm just trying to think. I'm pretty sure if we just attack with everything, even if they have a big construct, they're going to die next turn. We can't consign this trigger, but we can consign the ability to create tokens, but that does open us up to them having like natural. I think we're not going to consign anything. They can create a construct if they need to. We'll attack in. I don't think we're in any danger of losing here. They're hellbent. Okay, so let's think about this. We block this. So this is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be a 5/5, and it can tango with the Cauldra. I think it's fine to double block. We're still going to have an attacker. I probably should have done this last turn. I'm not sure that I'm doing this right at all. Like I'm not super confident. All I know is next turn I'm going to have a blowout where I can hit both the search trigger and the construct trigger if they stack it a certain way. Thoughtseize is a terrible draw. All right, so I think what we do is we consign and replicate. They could draw a red blast to stop one of those. So I think they're just going to create the construct. That's fine. It's actually a 6/6. Okay. But they do have to block with it. They can make a copy of it. Okay, and now I am going to go ahead and deploy this Null Rod. This shuts off all their treasure tokens. This shuts off them being able to kill us with Grindstone. And then I'm going to attempt to stop this search trigger. I'm going to stop the search trigger and when they make the guy, that trigger. The reason I'm going to do that is they could blast one, but I still get an attack in. Gosh, this is a mind melter. Mind melter. Not mind melter. That would be the Vulcan version. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go blue, white. We're going to consign, cast with replicate. Boom. And we're going to target this search. And then we're going to replicate once. Goes on the stack. Do they have the blast? If they have the blast to get one of these through, that's fine. I still have the Null Rod, and I have this as a chumper. So I'm going to... So last time I targeted the search. This is targeting the search, so I'm going to target that. Wait, is it saying same targets? Because I have no idea what's going on. Okay. Why isn't it letting me target differently? Okay, this is extremely confusing. Please tell me I didn't target my own ability. I did. That is really, really annoying. So they still get the construct. That's so annoying. And I think we can die because they can, yeah. That's so frustrating. Like it didn't look like it was giving me the ability to do anything else. Okay, that can't tap for mana. So that was a dead draw. Yeah, man, we might lose because of that little consign trigger thing. Okay, so I think the right thing to do here is just to plow Painter's Servant, plow Reflection. Yeah, I'm going to plow the Reflection. They can copy that for a turn. I think it's at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so I'll just keep this back for a turn. They gain 2. And then I'll just attack in like later. This is going to be a big 8/8, but it doesn't have trample or anything. And then that'll go away, and then I'll attack with that. It's so clunky. I really wish I could have stopped that from being created. And now my clock is like so low that I'm going to be potentially going to time in game 3 if there's a game 3. Okay, so this is another Fable, which creates another thing, which creates a lot more value. This is going to be a slog for sure. All right, maybe I can draw something good that just helps me in this. Psychic Frog is good. I'll just attack, and they're basically forced to block with the construct. They could actually just block with Painter's Servant and keep the construct around. Okay, so that's dead. Yeah, if anybody in the comments has any idea what's going on, like it wouldn't let me target anything but my own trigger, if that makes sense. So Psychic Frog, if they don't find a blast, will also kill them because I can just fly it over and kill them next turn. But we won't actually know before we fly it over whether it's actually going to kill them. They get to discard some cards. They have 1 card left in hand. Them being able to like somehow return Ensnaring Bridge would still end the game. Okay, they're not attacking. All right. I think they've probably resigned themselves to losing. I'm going to exile 3 cards from my graveyard. 1, 2, 3. I'll do this quickly. I don't really care. Now I'm going to discard a card. Boom. I'm going to discard a card. We still have enough blockers that we can survive a counterattack if something weird happens. All right, we're going to attack with both of these, and that should be that. And now we go to game 3 where we have 6 minutes. They are going to blast. That's annoying. Okay, but they still have to block some of this. Okay, they're double blocking. That's fine. They're probably just trying to soak up time. They can block with 1. Fable is going to flip, but they'll still be dead if they don't draw anything else. And next turn I can force attack. I can attack with the Orc as well, if it's still around. I think I'm just going to F6 through this turn. It's hard for me to imagine anything that I can do that's relevant. They have twice as much time on their clock as I do. They keep putting puzzles in my face. Okay, and they just pass. All right, so we're just going to attack with everything. I don't think there's a card they can have in their hand that can save them here. I think they're just dead. Yep, they're dead. Okay, that was close. All right, wow. That I think it would have ended a turn or two earlier had we been able to successfully resolve the replicate. Like, I've had issues with that in MTGO before, and maybe I'm just doing something wrong. Okay, so on the draw, what changes do we make? First of all, my prediction that we were going to win with Caldra was true. It takes forever. Caldra is not what it used to be in terms of just being like this, must-kill threat. I feel like Force has to come back in on the draw. I feel like Snapcaster Mage is pretty weak because it not only does it get blasted, but it's just like not a really irrelevant game piece if it does resolve. Thoughtseize is still probably worth playing. Let's see, what's our blue count? It's not high. I think we take a Tamiyo out and we keep a Snapcaster in. I feel like Tamiyo is just terrible, especially on the draw. I mean, maybe Teferi. I mean, it would have been good there had we drawn it late game. But it's just so blastable and it's 3 mana. Maybe we do this. That's 19 blue cards. It's not embarrassing. And also, like, they sometimes make your cards blue anyway. All right. Final game. This is the one for the marbles. It's not really. I mean, this is just for the round, but this is game 3. I'm sorry. I'm trying to like release some of my tension because, man, this is a tense matchup. This seems like a terrible keep. I like the double plow, but I just can't keep it. I want to find mana. This is better. I think Teferi goes back. It's the slowest card. It's also the most weak card. Like, we want to get all the blasts out of their hand and stuff before we start doing that stuff. Soul Guide doesn't affect us really. I'm surprised it's in. These are great. We have lots of answers to Magus, both on the stack and if we float mana. I'm not going to... Oh, maybe I do want to go ahead and end step brainstorm just to accelerate. Because I don't want to be caught with my... caught without mana up for Hydroblast. I basically have to hold Hydroblast up the entire game because I don't want them resolving things like... please blast this. Please. Thank you. Thank you for blasting this. Oh no, you're thinking twice? All right, well... Okay, so now we know they have a blast. Psychic Frog can come out, but it's likely to get stopped. We don't have a third land, which is frustrating. So we're going to have to draw through all these cards. I think what I'm going to do is just draw these plows. We're not going to use them immediately. We'll draw one during our upkeep. We could dig deeper with one of these brainstorms to try to find a fetch and fetch away some of this stuff, but I don't think anything we have is bad. I do think we should frog and then force when they blast. That leaves us super vulnerable to turn 3. I think I'm going to go ahead and brainstorm again, and maybe they think that this is the occasion where we don't have anything going and we're desperately looking for land and they can buy tempo. Like, I would blast here. Okay, we did it. Mission accomplished. Now we'll just play our land and we'll pass with interaction up. They are most likely going to be able to make use of both of these saga constructs unless they themselves don't have land, which would be a miracle. Okay, they have land. All right, let's draw. We knew we were going to draw that. I think I'm going to go ahead and play out Psychic Frog. Just hope that was their only blast, but like realistically, they probably have more. We can fly over and hit them if they don't blast, but they probably will blast. Yep. They're just a construct, of course. Yeah. So these are going to be 5/5s, 6/6s potentially, because they already have the Lantern out. They could grab a Pithing Needle and stop Psychic Frog's abilities, which is fine. I will burn my plows on these constructs, just if necessary. Okay, now Force is turned off, so it's a good pitch. Am I crazy? You know what? We're so low on clock that I think I'm going to do this. This is crazy. This is not advisable by any means. Okay, I'm going to go to block first. They shouldn't be able to do anything about this. Oops. Okay, block is okay, and now we're just going to discard. It's a 5/5. Discard. Boop. We'll keep the Hydroblast. Discard. Boop. Do we keep the plow instead? We plow, we guarantee get through. And they don't have a lethal backswing. Oh, actually, if they block, it's fine. I'm going to keep the Hydroblast. All right. I'm not sure if they expected us to do that. There's the blast. And that's the game. They had the second blast. So you could say that was, but like, I think that was still correct. Like, they had to have the second blast. We're dead. Like, there's no coming back from that. I don't think. I'm going to pass and see if they crack their bobble or something. I don't think they will. If they crack either of these for some reason, then bowmasters can get them and maybe keep. My opponent says 2 vids have a chilled vibe. This match was lost against time. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that means. I'm just going to pass through. But I do appreciate my opponent if they're complimenting the channel. Okay, another Saga. Yeah, we're definitely not winning this. I'm going to keep up the attempt here. I wouldn't be surprised if they just had an answer for this, but I will chump one of these. There's not reason to chump, and maybe I shouldn't. But now, like, they are disincentivized to crack either of those. They didn't crack with that on the stack. I will go ahead and block here. I'm not sure what I'm going to draw here. There's the engineer. We can't do anything about that because we decided to block. Had we just taken 10, we could have blasted this engineer and kept the probably Dragon Engine from hitting their yard. They can use Dragon Engine to rebuild. Yeah, I feel like we shot our shot and it didn't work out. I'm not sure. Obviously, it's awkward to ask, like, what do you think? Was that a mistake? Obviously, in retrospect, it's going to look like a huge mistake because they had the blast. I do not think that we blast here. I think we hold the blast, and I can surveil. I have one turn to find pull some miracle out, but they're going to be able to Saga. Yeah, I mean, like with 7 blasts, do they have an 8th blast in the board? They don't. So they had 7 blasts in their deck. They had already used one. If we check the hypergeometric, we'll do it after this game. I'm not going to make my opponent wait. Yeah, so we're just going to take this. They have more constructs coming. We don't have Dress Down in our deck or anything. That Dress Down, there aren't that many Saga decks. It's really only good against this. Yeah, so that's fine. I should surveil. Just, again, like going through the motions here, pretending that there's still a ball game. We'll get another Meticulous Archive, or another White Source, I guess. Psychic Frog is not good enough, unfortunately. Teferi might be okay. Yeah, I'm going to concede. Yeah. So what happened here? Well, let's go to the hypergeometric. And, okay, so at that point they had drawn, let's take a look at the game state. So I think at that point they had drawn like maybe 12 cards. So sample size 12. Successes in population 7. Successes in sample 2. What are the odds that they've drawn 2 blasts? 42%. So if they didn't draw both of those blasts, I believe we would have won that game. And my reasoning is we have this giant frog and they don't have a lot of card selection in their deck. And we could just bash in and draw extra cards and deal damage to them. It would be, let's see, if we go up to 13, like how much does this increase every turn? 47%. So once they get up to like 14, 15 cards in their deck, it does exceed 50% likelihood that they're going to find a second blast. But it is notable that we did have a Hydroblast that we would have just held to defend our frog against Pyroblast. I don't think that us just chilling and letting them blast our only thing going on while we sat there with a unusable Force of Will in our hand, I don't think that was going to get us there. So it's sad that it went down that way, but I think I would do it again based on the numbers, and you have to play the numbers. If you disagree, if you think those numbers are too adverse and it was too big of a risk, if you see that like some other sort of path to victory that we could have pursued, let me know. I wish I could. So Goblin Engineer, I think basically at this point we just blast anything that threatens the frog. But the plow wasn't a good exchange for a construct. Like they would have gained life. It's, we block that and then we attack in and then we're winning the race as long as they don't find the second one. They had to have the Pyro in hand, and I think they had 2 cards in hand at the same time. Actually, I'm gonna pull up the replay. How do I get out of this without like conceding or dropping or something? I don't want to drop. Just let me get out. Okay. So, sorry. I'm just going to be yelling at MTGO. Let's go over here, and I'm going to go to replay. I'm not sure if replays are enabled for this event. How do I get the actual interface? Okay, here we go. So let's go to... I do think it's worth replaying this game because this is important. Like this sort of situation is going to come up a lot. And I want to know whether I'm wrong for doing what I did. Unfortunately, it's not showing up yet. These are all, oh wait, actually, let's expand. So it's not going to let me see the, oh wait, it is. Okay, good. Go in here. This is game 3. Okay. Is it going to let me replay? Ah! Whoa, that was a weird, creepy sound. Did you hear that? Because it is part of an active event. Okay, so I can't watch it, but I'll watch it later. But you can just rewind the video and watch it and, spare yourself all the hoopla. I don't want you to think I'm tilted. I'm not tilted at all. It's just sometimes these things don't work out. And it's easy to just say, oh man, I'm a dum-dum. Or it's easy to say like, oh, he got lucky because he had to have the thing. But it's hard to do is look at the numbers and determine, okay, was this actually an optimal sequence of plays? Yeah. It's hard to know. So leave a comment, like maybe I'll comment and then we'll just see like whether you all think that this was correct or incorrect. But either way, I'm learning a lot. I'm having fun. These have been good games. The games against Beanstalk were really brutal, and I'm happy I prevailed. The games against Painter were equally brutal, and I'm not happy that I didn't prevail, but I'm happy that I'm getting experience because these are very skilled players that we're playing up against. These people have grinded very hard to get the premier points that they needed to be able to play. I think you needed 40 premier points. I may have actually had exactly 40 when I entered. I actually scooped to somebody who was like, man, I'm like 1 point shy and I'm 2-2 in this league if I win. And I was like, cool, man, you can just, I'll just scoop to you. Hopefully they're having fun. If they're watching, hope you're having a great day. But yeah, they really, I wanted them to be able to play this tournament. And I don't usually play the tournaments on MTGO because they're expensive. It's like $20 to enter a tournament. And for a software engineer, like $20 maybe shouldn't be that much money, but that's money that could be in the stock market. And I don't want to have a conversation with my wife about it. Like, hey, I spent $20 and I O2 dropped. Yeah. Dropping is not my style. We're going to keep it up. All right. Round 6 against Monolacio. We've got a Thoughtseize hand. I'm curious as to what they're likely on. Last time they played, they were on Burn. Thoughtseize is terrible against Burn. I could see them potentially being on Burn because they did print a new Burn spell that's pretty decent. I mean, it's just like a new lightning or rift, whatever it's called with a different name. This does have Tamiyo, basic island in Tamiyo. I think we keep it. We could always potentially find an island, or a brainstorm to both flip Tamiyo and to shuffle the Thoughtseize back into our deck. But I'm reluctant to Thoughtseize if they are on Burn because it's just such a feel bad thing. I'll wait until turn 2. I'll get on board first. If they point a Burn spell at Tamiyo straight up, then this is one of those games where I'd actually rather be on the draw. So I could have that information. Actually, spending a little more time looking at their MTGO history, I'm almost certain they're on Burn. And I'm almost certain I should have mulliganed this. So we'll see what happens. But I am going to be fetching basics. And I am going to be looking really hard for a brainstorm. I think playing Tamiyo is a good way to kind of buy time and get a spell out of their hand 1-for-1 while we search for something better. Well, my opponent decided to make me wait 7 minutes before they kept their hand. So not chill. I am going to go ahead and just do what I said I was going to do, like 10 minutes ago or whenever that was. Let's get an island. Like if they're playing Burn, it doesn't matter because they don't have to worry about going to time because like their turns are really quick. Like basically it's like, okay, I'm going to bolt you. Yeah, there we go. Rift Bolt. Okay. So, well, I'm pretty sure I'm going to ponder here. I'm just not sure what I want to find. Let's go ahead and attack. If I find a brainstorm, that's by far the best thing I can find here. So I'm going to do that before I do anything. Yeah, confirm Burn. Like no other deck would play Rift Bolt. Okay, I can actually ponder a second time and flip her. And I think that's good. Don't want any of these cards. I'll take the ponder. So I unfortunately don't have a land that I can get here. So I am opening myself up a little bit to back to basics in doing this. But I do want to get a Tundra here. And we're just going to go ahead and flip her. So they can't kill her. These are bad cards. I don't want any of these cards. What I want is a Brainstorm. I can flash back Snapcaster next turn. I drew a fetch, which can get a basic plains. I think our opponent is F6. Like, I don't know why people would play this. Like, it's not like MTGO is that expensive to play. Maybe they just enjoy it. They're going after us. They're ignoring Tamiyo. Well, that is good because if they attack with any creatures, Tamiyo is going to slow them down. Eidolon the Great Revel. That's annoying. Snapcaster can trade with it in combat. If I draw half my deck, I think I'm probably fine in terms of being able to win. I don't think it's worth casting anything until I ambush this. And I do think plussing here is correct. I'm trying to think of a reason not to. My hand is garbage, but if I can trade with this and they don't bolt it, like a lot of times they may just like fire off their spells before they attack. They had to have specifically instant speed, like lightning bolt, to stop Snapcaster from being able to block that. Mountain number 3. Monetary Swift Spear. Okay. Bolt Wave. This is the new one. This is just only able to hit me. It is dealing damage to them. Skewer the Critics. 3 damage to any target. They're dealing it to me. So they're doing a lot of damage to me. And I'm going to take 2 when I flash in this Snapcaster, unfortunately. These are going to get debuffed. I don't think we block here. Okay, so they're both attacking me. I do want to kill the Eidolon. They have 2 cards left in hand. It sucks to have to burn a Snapcaster this way, but like Eidolon is worth it. Spell I can't cast. Okay, now we'll go to block. If they have like Fire Blast or something, we're dead, which sucks, but that's just how it is. We don't know our top cards, but we do have a Ponder. I'm going to Ponder first. If I find a Plow, I might be able to survive. I don't think I will be able to. Stoneforge Mystic is better than nothing. Brainstorm's the best card. I'm going to Brainstorm here. And I am going to fetch. Okay, so these go back for sure. Actually, Thoughtseize is terrible too. I think I actually put the Thoughtseize back. It's even worse. I'm going to plus there. I'm going to go ahead and get... Gosh, now I'm dead to... I do think I need to get an Underground Sea though, so I can play out the Psychic Frog. Because Psychic Frog just wins next turn if they don't kill me. Yeah, I'm just going to freaking put myself in bolt range. It's crazy doing this, but I think it's correct. Psychic Frog, I can pitch my hand and keep myself alive. I'm in bolt range. I'm in Fire Blast range. I'm in every kind of way you could kill me range. I think I'll take a second White Source just in case I need it. We'll go blue, black, frog, and we'll see how dead we are. Again, if they have like 2 mountains in hand or something, we might be able to survive, but I'm probably dead. There. Yep, that was it. And I could have potentially played a little bit differently and not had to fetch twice, but I needed something to block this. I could have just gotten... I couldn't have gotten another island for Tamiyo. Maybe if I'd sequenced a little bit better, I could have escaped my fate. So what do we have against them? Well, Lavinia shuts off free spells. Hydroblast obviously is strong here. We have at least 4 cards we can remove. Now Spellbomb and Thoughtseize are coming out. I don't think Consign does anything here. Bowmasters is better than nothing. Yeah, I think Lavinia actually stops Riftbolt too. So she's like doubly good. I think we keep Cryptic Coat, Teferi, all that stuff in. Yeah, so I think I'm going to play it like this. Being down again versus burn. So we did get to play it first there. Now we have the knowledge of what they're on. We don't have Batterskull, which is like the best equipment against them. We do have Stoneforge and Double Cantrip. I don't like keeping these non-basics, but I think we have to. This hand is pretty good. And I don't think they're going to go after Stoneforge. They'll probably just ignore it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open Ponder. And then I'll Stoneforge. And then I can brainstorm. Yeah. They're mulling to 6. That's great. Every card they don't have that is a bolt is good for me. So the other option, of course, is we brainstorm, and then we can get rid of one of our lands when we Stoneforge, but I just don't like doing that. Lavinia seems good. I don't want this Meticulous Archive at all, but I will take the Snapcaster. Oh no, I screwed up. I clicked the wrong one. So we are going to draw a Meticulous Archive. I think I'm just going to shuffle. I don't want that archive. It's like a terrible draw. Okay, Prismatic Ending is pretty good. That'll be a turn 3 play after we stick our Stoneforge. I may just play out a Swamp just to reduce the number of non-basics that we're playing. Stoneforge for Caldera will be good, though. I don't believe they have any answer to Caldera. It'll force them to kill Stoneforge. Okay. So, like, literally the definition of a boring linear deck right here. Force is a great pickup. Now we can protect Stoneforge. We're going to see if Caldera can get it done faster than they can burn us out. But Caldera is 100% the get here. So next turn we have Prismatic Ending for like a 1-drop and Caldera. They might have some way to kill it where damage can't be prevented. I just have to force this and hope that they don't have another way to stop it. They have a Red Blast, that's fine. Secure the Critics, okay. There are 3 cards in hand, but we have nothing going on at all. We have to draw live. Brainstorm would be insane here. Another Stoneforge. I don't think I'm going to play at the land. Because we have Brainstorm potential. I'll just go get Pre-War. I'll play out the land next turn. I can return Stoneforge to play, and then I can Caldera. And when Stoneforge comes back, it'll be big enough that they can't actually hit it with a normal bolt. They'll have to hit it with a... yeah, that's fine. Okay, Rift Bolt. Do they understand how Pre-War Formalwear works? It makes me wonder if they didn't even read the card. That's a great pickup. So we'll just go ahead and Pre-War our Stoneforge back. And we'll go get the True Name Nemesis, which will be good against them if they're using all their bolts to try to stop Stoneforge. But I mean, like, I feel like just bolting Stoneforge when they know I have Pre-War in hand is, I don't know. I'm not sure what they're doing here. So they're going to bolt us. There's a player that plays Bolt at my local, and it's just like plays Burn, and it's just so unfun to play against. Okay, I think we do play out the land here because it gives us Psychic Frog and as a blocker. It does make us a lot more susceptible to back to basics, but I genuinely think that having a second attacker is going to be really good. So we're going to go blue, black, Frog. Then we're going to go white, colorless, Caldera. I'm just going to do my best. That's all I can do. If they have, double Firebolts or something like that, Fire Blast, there's nothing we can do. But I can keep my Frog alive, and I will happily dump everything to keep my Frog alive. Rift Bolt, okay. It's good to know about. I think we keep Force, and we pitch everything else. And I'm just going to discard this. And I'm going to discard this. I mean, I could have Force, like Hardcast Force up, but yeah. I think this is correct. If I draw a land, I might play it out, especially if it's a fetch land and I could just go get a basic. But I am really worried about... They're at 4. So I didn't have a Path to Lethal there. I mean, this does give us Hardcast Force. I don't think it's worth it because the way I lose is they're going to hit me for this and then I need to force something, and just going to get the land cost me a life. I'm just going to chill. I don't think we're susceptible to anything while we have this out. We don't even need this to win. There might be some card that I don't know about that could kill us here. They are going to have 3 cards in hand. So their hand is like Bolt, Fire Blast. That could do it. but I have a force, so I think I'm safe from that. So I'm going to let that resolve. With 7, they draw. If they have 3 spells, which I don't think they can have 3 spells. Maybe they're hoping that I play out a land. Price of progress. I let this resolve. And I'm going to force the Fire Blast. There, they were so close to having it. I'm not sure if there's like a 0 mana thing that they can do with no lands, but I feel like I won. Some sort of like ley line, or I don't know what they would have here. Gosh, it's nerve-wracking. It feels like playing chess against a computer. Okay, so any changes? Consign doesn't do anything. I think we probably just run it back. We have to win on the draw now. And they probably won't mulligan this time. I don't think Orcish Bowmasters is fantastic, but it does produce a lot of blockers. Is it better than double Lavinia? Lavinia would have actually been insane there. I did shuffle her away, and I think it was a disciplined shuffle because I actually, had I not screwed up the piling, then maybe, but the thing is they can remove Lavinia, and once they remove Lavinia, then it's easy for them to go ahead and also remove, to go ahead and do whatever they were going to do, like Fire Blast or something like that. Because they have, I don't know how many targeted removal spells in their deck. My client has stopped working. Maybe it'll come back. Okay, we're in. Double Hydroblast I like. I really don't like getting these land heavy hands, but I think what we have to do is just Hydroblast their stuff, get our basics, get our frog out. I'm going to keep. This feels like a terrible hand though. But we can, yeah, that is something I can blast next turn. So it sucks to have to fetch, but I am going to fetch basics here. It sucks because, okay, Plow's great. I'm afraid that they're playing Hydroblast or Pyroblast and that they're going to blast my frog. Yeah, I'm just going to chill. If they invest a lot of resources into this, then I can blast it. Like when I say invest resources, like cast a bunch of spells. If it's just that, I'll take that. Okay. I'm going to blast that on the stack so that I don't take damage from it. Getting some serious lag from into Yo-Yo. Pre-war is pretty good. I think maybe we frog and then we can pre-war to get it back if they blast it. Yeah, and we have the scrubland to do that. It does mean we're probably going to take another hit. Actually, if they don't have the blast for Psychic Frog, I will actually discard cards potentially because I've got a lot of dead cards in my hand. If they like just fire a bunch of bolts at it, I'm probably going to just let this through. They may do it after combat, but a lot of their good spells are sorcery speed. Yeah, I'm going to take that. I have to take that too. Chain lightning me. Ouch. It's a 4/5 now. If their last card is Fire Blast, I'm totally screwed. I do think that it's worth blocking this and pitching enough cards to kill it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Call me crazy. And now the discarding begins. 1, 2. I'll discard Formalwear. I think we discard Plow. It can gain us life, but Hydroblast can stop like any spell. Oh, that's such a huge deal. All right. I'm going to go ahead and discard this card just to do a little bit more damage and speed up the clock. I don't need that land. I don't want to do any damage to myself. I'm slightly out of double bolt range right now. Ponder. I'm going to hold it. I really need to stop like them just having like insane cards that kill me. I need to defend my frog. Okay, that mountain is good. Okay, 3 mana for a red spell. Rift Bolt. I think I am going to go ahead and counter this. It's their last card. This could be a mistake. But I'm going to be able to ponder. No, I don't think I counter this because my reasoning is if they peel a Pyroblast, like let's say they're playing it. I'm just going to take this. Yeah, and I think that's a big decision. Let's see what we draw. Stoneforge. I've got them on a 2-turn clock. I'll just discard Stoneforge. We're basically all in on this. They could present a blocker. They can only do one thing next turn. Teferi is another card we can pitch, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to Hydroblast their last card, assuming it's red. And then we'll hit them for lethal. All right, and we win. All right, well, I wasn't even sure if I was going to have to play him because, like, MTGO, like, I guess you can be gone for like 8 minutes and it still doesn't time you out. Anyway, we won. We're 3-3. See you in round 7. All right, we're back. I do feel really good beating Burn without having Batterskull in my deck. I feel like Batterskull is unnecessary, and I'm just like so over Batterskull as a longtime Stoneblade player. Harmony Woods. Okay, this player is really good. I've played against them many times. Yes. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Okay. Yeah, they're a very skilled player. I've played against them many times, and I'm not sure if they record as well, but it'll be cool if they do to watch. They have historically been playing blue-black tempo. I'm not sure what they're likely on. Probably the same thing they were on. Yeah, Dimir tempo. So this is the Nethergoyf build. For a while they were playing like Hymn to Torok and stuff, but it looks like they're probably playing just 2 Thoughtseize like everybody else. We should be favored in this matchup, but they can get you. This is not a bad hand, actually. The reason I think this is not a bad hand is we've got double removal and we've got lots of lands. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lean into Wasteland and I am just going to fetch Surveillance. I don't think they're playing Stifle. I'll go ahead and start with this since I've got 2 of these. If they have early pressure, that's fine. We're just going to remove it. They could have switched somehow to a different deck, but I'm just going to assume they're on blue-black tempo. I think they've been playing blue-black tempo pretty consistently for many, many months, like at least since the summer. So what does it make sense to get? Probably to get our archive here. I'll keep that. I would guess they're on 0 bowmasters. 0 bowmasters in the main. 0 bowmasters in the 75. Now, this is just a list that they recently played. Does not mean they're necessarily on that. But I think what we do here is we just be ready to go get our other land and we pass. Now we have Force of Will up, but I can't imagine anything coming out of their deck that's worth forcing. Most likely we're just going to be brainstorming and shuffling away. They play very quickly, so I need to play quickly because this can definitely come down to time. Okay, they surveilled the swamp. Okay, so, I mean, we could get totally punished here. I think we're just going to chill. They haven't presented any pressure. Another brainstorm is great. I'm just going to play this and I'm going to chill. Now, if they're like playing Doomsday or something, they got me. I actually feel like we're pretty well set up to address Doomsday. Nethergoyf. Okay, so I don't think they're playing Doomsday. I'm almost certain that they're on the same thing they've been on. So I am going to go ahead and attempt, now that I have a little bit more mana, I'm going to attempt to end-step Brainstorm. And I want to get rid of this Force. The other cards are fine. I don't mind having that scrubland. If they Bowmasters here, I'll just plow it. There's the Bowmasters. Okay, so now I'm going to plow. Let's go ahead and get, I'm going to get duels. I'm not going to be afraid. I'll get a Tundra here. And maybe it's free to not get duels here, but it feels like it's important. They force here, I'll force back. It'll suck because the entire point of Daze has entered the exile zone. Okay, they are forcing. Well, I'm going to force back. I think this is correct. If they have a third, then we're screwed, but I think we're okay. All right, so we get a Bowmaster ping. We get to draw. Okay, these are good. I actually like Teferi. I really like Snapcaster. I don't know that we need the scrubland anymore. I'll draw Teferi for turn. And then I'll go up to 4 land. And I'll just, I'll end this and I'll pass with Snapcaster up. Actually, You know, I don't think they're going to daze, and I think I can bounce this, and then I can prismatic ending the other one. I think that's fine. I'm going to go get an Underground Sea. White, blue. I feel like they would definitely have done something there if they could have. We get a card. It's a good card, but it's not a card we want to deploy immediately. I do think we chill. Yeah, I think we're in a really strong position. There's nothing they can do to stop us from here if we just exile their Nethergoyf. I'm assuming they're going to attack in, but I'm not going to give them any information before they go to combat. I'm just going to go get another Tundra. Actually, I'll get a Scrubland. Oh, I can't instant speed because I bounced. That was so dumb. Yeah, they're going to kill my Teferi. That was totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. I didn't even think about that. Okay, sorry. Sorry, everybody. That was dumb. Okay, Brainstorm. Yeah, I still think we can come back. I still think we're favored, but that was totally an unnecessary spew, losing Teferi for no reason. Okay, and now their Nethergoyf set to get bigger. Ponder, they are cantripping like crazy. I would not be surprised if they had a Murktide coming soon, for which I will have to Snapcaster. They could go ahead and waste. I mean, it wouldn't hurt here. They get to draw a card. They should waste in my upkeep. I think if they do, then I'm going to go ahead and try to resolve a Snapcaster. And I'll just Snap Plow. This is dangerous. And unnecessary. All right, I'm going to go ahead and Snapcaster. I think I'm actually going to take the Brainstorm here. And we're going to go ahead and Brainstorm. We'll wait until after we draw for a turn so we can see as many cards as possible. All right, I am going to Brainstorm here. If I find a land, then I'll be very confident that I can Prismatic End that. I don't find a land. I still think it's okay to attempt a Prismatic End. I think Tamiyo is not that great in this matchup. I'll put the Ponder on top. And I'm going to go ahead and attempt to end this. If I'd done this with Teferi out, I'd feel very confident, but instead I'm like vulnerable to daze here. If they daze, I'll be sad. Okay, they didn't daze. So they have 3 cards in their hand. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a Bowmasters in hand, but we did get that Brainstorm out of the way. If they have Murktide, that's really dangerous. Fatal Push is fine with the 2-for-1. Yeah, just, man, I'm feeling so dumb about that whole Teferi thing. I could have just done it like, immediately. There's no reason to pass the turn. Okay, they don't have anything, which is reassuring. They probably have Orcish Bowmasters. So if I Ponder, there's a high likelihood that they Bowmasters me. Is that catastrophic? I think it's more important that I just resolve this. And I'm going to go get the equipment. Assuming this resolves, I'm going to go get pre-war because there's lots of things to pre-war back. This is like the type of matchup where you definitely want pre-war. Now they're disincentivized from killing my Stoneforge. I can pre-war to get my... Okay, they're going to take it. That's fine. I can no longer pre-war to get Snapcaster to plow a Murktide. I suspect they do have Bowmasters in hand because I'm trying to think what else would they have in hand that they wouldn't use here. I think I'm just going to pass with Cryptic Code up. They know I have double Ponder. Cryptic Code is the kind of card that can run away with the game. But I feel like losing Teferi, like Teferi would be like really high right now. Yeah. Okay, and they still potentially have Bowmasters up. So they're being very disciplined. I mean, they're a very strong player. I'm not sure actually that I've ever beaten them before. That Wasteland was very consequential. Okay, Plow. That's not the card that I want under there for sure. Okay, they're pushing that. That's fine. That means I don't have to worry about Bowmasters. I'm going to try to find a... what am I going to try to find here? I think the best thing to find is just a Prismatic Ending or a Plow. My own Psychic Frog is fine. I actually have more cards in hand. I'll take it. So Fatal Push could be something that they have in hand. That would make sense. Do I even have another black source in my deck that I can easily access? I don't think so. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to surveil. And if I don't find a Plow, I'm just going to surveil again. Because I do want to Ponder here. It sucks to Ponder again, but I do think it's correct. I mean, it's probably better to get a Tundra here, huh? I think I need to get a Sewer. Just in case they do rip a Wasteland, I need to have a Black Source. Another Psychic Frog is fine. I'll put him on top. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to find a Plow. I found a Plow. That is so lucky. Okay, and I don't ever want to draw that. So they have to have specifically days in hand. If they do, good on them. Okay, now we can start attacking. And next turn, we've got back-to-back Psychic Frogs coming in. And I think that's going to carry us. Murktide would still potentially kill us. If they rip that, that's definitely the scariest thing in their deck. Okay, Bobble. They don't have any creatures they can reanimate if they're playing Reanimate. They can't bring back a Nethergoyf. That they don't have a Nethergoyf. Okay, so they draw here. I think it's fine to just play one frog and hold the other one. Because I may want to... I can bounce this back to hand. So we've only got one Plow left in the deck. Unfortunately, we do have a Snapcaster, but Murktide would be absolutely catastrophic here. If we find a Now Spellbomb, that'll be a huge relief. Long Goodbye, that's fine. That makes me want to play out the second frog, but it's too late. So I'm just going to bounce Cryptic Coat once I know that they can't Thoughtseize it out of my hand, because I do think that that's going to be a big part of my win con. If they find, gosh, I'm so terrified they're going to find the Murktide. That's not too scary. Do I want to rip this back? I don't think I do. What are we drawing? We're drawing Caldera. We're drawing Caldera. They have one card in hand. I think I do want to pull this back, and then I can just... No, I can't deploy it. I can race them. They're going to be disincentivized to attack me. If I pull this back, it's harder to race them. I can play out the Psychic Frog, and then I can pull it back next turn, and I can still hit them for 3. Bowmasters. That's unfortunate, but I don't think it matters that much. They're going to ping me. Okay. So I will have a blocker here, and I have a card I can easily discard for it. There's no reason not to just attack here. So we're drawing Wild next turn. Blue, black, Frog. So they're definitely going to be able to connect with Nethergoyf. However, I'm in a position where I can just fly over and hit them in 2 turns. Ponder. I may not even attack with Psychic Frog just because it grows their army, and Psychic Frog is a good blocker. Fatal Push on Frog. That's not the worst thing they can have off the top of their deck. I think they attack with everything. If they attack with everything, I can pull Coat back, and then I can redeploy it for an additional blocker, and I do think that's correct. So we're taking 6 here. Yeah, I'm going to do this just in case. Man, I'll be so disappointed if I lose because I feel like I've had all the tools to win. I'm going to go ahead and deploy this. We'll see what we flip. Tundra. All right, so let's attack. We can block either of these. If they have another Bowmasters, that's death. They can actually attack in with impunity. I'm going to take it. Next turn I could double block it, but I would die. This is a big draw step. Ending is insane. Let's go ahead and see what happens here when we end this. I don't think there's anything they can have that can stop it. So I can attack in, and then it's just Bowmasters that kills me. And I can return and replay for another blocker next turn. I think that is the play. Bowmasters does kill me. And I can't even bounce this to hand. If they Fatal Push or something like that, that will buy them some time. Wow. So freaking close. My goodness. Despite my punt. So, Harmony, if you're watching, hope it's not too tilting to see me make such a dumb punt with Teferi and still manage to clinch. Okay, so just a look. I think we played well there other than that punt. I do like the idea of just hanging back and not doing anything in this matchup unless they force you. So, Thoughtseizes are coming out. Spellbombs are staying in. Bowmasters are coming in. I think that's our only substitution. I don't think any of the other cards are good. Yeah, we're probably going to have to play on basics this game because I do think that they may bring in Harbinger, and I'm just going to be careful about that. Like game 1, you can go fast and loose with your mana drops, but you can't do that game 2. This is not a keep. All-lander. This is also like basically an all-lander. I'm going to mulligan this. This is sad. Okay, so we have the Tamiyo combo, but I don't think that matters. Like, there's no world in which Tamiyo is going to get us there. I think we put back Tamiyo and Brainstorm. I mean, it sounds bad to put back Brainstorm, but we need to keep the board clear. Yeah, I need lands. These are the lands we need. These can get us the basics we need. We could have put back Underground Sea, but I'm just like confident we're going to find ourselves in a situation where we're desperately digging for land. Let's see if we draw a land here and I'll be so tilted. Yeah, we drew a land. Okay. So I think we can actually surveil now that that's out of the way. I'll play this out. Yeah, and this can get a surveil land. Any game that doesn't start with turn 1 Tamiyo or turn 1 Nethergoyf is a good game. Like, that's for us. We don't want them starting explosively. We want them starting slow. The first few turns are really critical. The longer the game goes on, the more favored we become because they are fair. Like, they're the fairest of the fair, like trying to play like we are, and mongoose the opponent. They're trying to mongoose them early in the game. We're trying to slip the grip and mongoose them later in the game. This is going to be a surveil. I can't afford to draw more land. It's worth noting we're already seven minutes down. This is a good card. I'm going to get this. I'm going to do it around possible bowmasters. I'll just do it now. This is good. I don't think force is particularly strong here. I'm going to put force away. I'm going to put Underground Sea away. And we're going to be able to fetch like totally islands. So next turn I'll get a plains off of this. I do think Teferi is good in the matchup. Teferi resets Murktide. Do they play a second surveil? No. They're just going to do something in step? Okay. They just do it in step anyway. It doesn't matter. I like to fetch in the upkeep just in case. Okay. Wasteland is going to find a home here. That's fine. Brainstorm. Bowmasters is only to kill their bowmasters. That's the only situation in which we cast it. We just hold it. I think it'd be greedy to bowmaster this. We can't. We don't have the mana. We get our card. Another land. I think because we have so much land, I'm just going to hang this out there. Maybe that's a mistake. But they might waste again, and that's good for us. Just getting through their wastelands. There's the wasteland. I'm going to add black to confuse them. Actually, I should probably add blue because we just communicated to them that we may have bowmasters. Okay. Now I'll play this out. Did I not fetch away? I think I may have forgotten to fetch away. Yeah, I never fetched away those cards that are brainstormed on there. That's why I drew this force of will. I feel so dumb. Okay, sorry about that. 11 minutes on the clock. I need to play quickly. I'm just going to chill. They could have opposition agent. I haven't seen that in a recent build. Burgoyf's fine. I'm going to make good use of my mana. I'm just going to go ahead and get the plains and plow now. They could have double days. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the swamp now too, just in case they have days, double days. This actually is a good thing to bounce back to hand, but I would prefer to just not have to deal with it. Okay, good. Yeah, that's definitely a scary card. Okay, now I've got this. Let's see if they want to force this. If they force it, I'll let them. There's a 2-for-1. I'm going to go get Cryptic Coat. Seems good. It pairs with force. I'm not going to try to win with Caldra. I'm going to try to grind them out like I did last game. So I can Teferi and have Force of Will to help me. That's fine. Another Wasteland. So our next land is going to get wasted, but maybe we can get a Teferi through with it if we draw a land. We didn't draw a land. I'm not going to play anything. I'm just going to chill. I'm pretty sure they have bowmasters in hand. I'm just going to wait for a land. Be disciplined. The reason they killed her is because they know I can uncounterably put coat into play, and that's not good for them. They're not going to bait my bowmaster out. I'm going to be disciplined. Maybe to my own detriment, like too disciplined, if such a thing exists. There we go. Ponder. They did not shuffle. They're thought seizing. I think this is fine. I think it'd be a mistake to play out bowmasters here when, like, they're probably going to take coat. Maybe take plow. Plow's pretty good. It's really hard to know whether you're doing the right thing, but like generally against this deck, you don't want to force. Like, I'm looking forward to brainstorming this force back into my deck. I never should have drawn it. I should have shuffled it away. I just didn't do it right because I'm a dummy. This is good. This is plus cards if this resolves. This is how we get ahead. We're going to go get pre-war. We're going to pass. Now we have pre-war and cryptic coat for when we find our next land. But again, I'm not going to play in a daze. If they push, that's totally fine. If they don't push, that's also totally fine. Go for the throat, sure. I'm just going to be disciplined. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Baragoyf is freaking scary. I do think this is a force, just in case we don't find... Yeah, I think we have to force here. I'm going to force pitching Cryptic Coat. Sad. So we 2-for-1 them a few times, and now they're 2-for-1ing us, but there's no way to get that back. But I do need to keep Teferi around in case of an emergency. It's only going to keep them off our back for like one turn. Okay, ponder. Let's go find a land. Okay, this is great. I'm going to keep this for sure. I'm going to take the land. I'll play it next turn. So I'm going to go boom, boom. Yeah, and I'll just, in case they thought, I'll draw the land now, but I'm not going to play it. I'm going to use it to resolve Formalwear around days. Because this is like basically a one-shot land. They could have Hardcast Force up now. I will pre-war into Hardcast Force just because... what choice do I have? Pre-war is too good. I'm going to Teferi. If they... Okay. Blue, black... Wait. I need to be fast. White, black, blue. Teferi. Do you have Force? They may have taken Force out. I don't think they take Force out, though. If they Bowmaster here, that's fine. Okay. Do they have any way to get rid of this? I don't think so. I'm just going to minus and draw a card. Yep. Just like we drew it up. They're going to waste, probably. I don't think they have Hardcast Force because that is 100% like a Hardcast Force. Now when they Bowmaster, I can Bowmaster their Bowmaster. Fine. Petty Theft is fine. I'll just get another trigger off of it. They have 2 cards in hand. I still can't Formalwear. Force is good. I think we do this in a daze just because we've got nothing going on. No, I don't think that's right. I think I'm going to chill. Bowmasters will take this out if they play it out. And it will be a good use of a Bowmaster because it'll at least be a 2-for-1. Frog is fine. Just going to plow now. I could have Teferied that, but land please. Tamiyo's fine. I'm going to play it. She can take over the game. If they block Tamiyo with Brazen Borrower, I can just Bowmaster. I do have Force up. These basics have made a huge difference here. I'm going to let that happen. It's a 1-for-1. They have 2 cards in hand. Let's just play Disciplined. Land will come eventually. Prismatic Ending's fine. It's not right now. Once we have land, then we cast. I'm not going to play into days. I know with confidence that they have days in their deck. There's no way you don't have days in your deck after you've run half your deck. Thoughtseize is fine. I'm going to let it happen. It sucks, but I'm going to let them happen. Have pre-war. Okay, they took pre-war. If I get a land, I can still Teferi. I'm going to chill. We have this game locked up, and I don't want to try to play game 3. It's not locked up, but I feel like we've gotten through a lot of their threats. We just need another land. They have tons of land. There's a strand. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Fetching. This is force. Borrower. That's okay. I'm just going to bounce it. And draw a card. Another borrower. Maybe I just draw targeting nothing. They have one card left in hand. I mean, I am kind of interested in forcing this. We do have days. I just don't want to deal with it. And now I bounce that, and then they can recast it, but I can get another card on the way out. We're going to do that. They know that I have, I can actually go ahead and cast this Tamiyo too. I'm starting to run low on lands. But I think they've used a lot of wastelands. They've used at least 2. 3. That's fine. If they cast it out, I will Bowmaster. Clues are really good right now. All right, I think we go ahead and play it out again. No, we can't. I'm gonna go with Psychic Frog. Highest upside. We're gonna pretend there's no game 3. They're gonna have to find removal. They've used 1 push, 1 throat, 2 pushes. Nethergoyf is something I have to answer. I'm not sure how much of what's in my hand they know is in my hand. I'm playing really quickly. So if I crack this clue, which I think I'd be a fool not to, they can Bowmaster, but again, if they Bowmaster, then I Bowmaster. I can only Bowmaster 1 time. Okay, that's great. So we're going to go ahead and just attack in like we were earlier. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and attack first before I do anything. Keep my lands up. I will Bowmaster that. They can Bowmaster back. That's okay. If they cast the first Bowmaster, they're going to be in trouble. That's fine. Now I'm going to do it like this, and I'm going to Bowmaster it before they can block. I'm just playing like a total coward, but yeah, this seems to be working. Now they Bowmaster. That's fine. It's going to be able to kill my Bowmaster, but I'm going to kill their Bowmaster next turn, and okay. So we get a card. They get a second trigger. That's fine. They didn't ping this or anything. Okay, I'm just going to let that happen. Okay, and now I'm just going to, they could still have days in hand. I'm going to chill. We are cramped on mana, crazily, Okay, and I think they could have a second Bowmaster. That's certainly a possibility. Land would be great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, do I want to just try to exile their Bowmaster without casting my Bowmaster? I do. Whoops. Going to get blue here. Because I want to hold my Bowmaster in case they have a third. I doubt they have a third Brazen Borrower. Okay, now we can attack. If they have a second Bowmaster, it's tragic, but we will have an answer for it. 3 minutes on the clock to their 13. This is the second. Oh, long goodbye is fine. Can't do anything about that. I'll just get a clue, and I'll pass, and I will continue to be supremely patient. I wouldn't be surprised if they draw another Wasteland here. If they put Bowmaster on the stack, I'll go ahead and Brainstorm. I'm not sure how many Bowmasters they have, but we've worked through 1. Okay. Undercity Sewers is fine. I'm going to go ahead and attack first. Frog. Highest upside card. Sewers. That is, that's keepable. Every days they draw is bad. Go for the throat is fine. We can Stoneforge, and we should be able to call our way to victory pretty quickly. I just need to make sure the path is clear. We can Teferi here, and then after Teferi, then we can resolve Stoneforge. That's my plan. This could be catastrophic here if they do have a Bowmasters. Okay, it wasn't catastrophic. I'm going to put back 1 spellbomb, and I'm going to put back ponder. Now instead of playing out Stoneforge, I am going to go ahead and spellbomb them. I think we just spellbomb now. We have taken off a lot of their outs, and now it's just a matter of closing the door. 2 minutes on the clock. There's another Goyf. It's an 0-1. I can beat it in combat currently. I can just bowmaster in response to them doing something here. Plus spellbomb. Attack. If they don't block, I'll just bowmaster. Okay, I'm just going to bowmaster now. They can't do anything actually, so it's like a free lunch. Let's go get Caldra. I'm going to buy back a force. And we're going to pass. 2 swings with Caldra and they're dead. Plus. Boom, boom, boom. Caldra. Not going to attack with Bowmaster. Can't F6 through their turn. I will force anything they put on the stack here. I can also bounce a creature if they put a blocker in play. That was intense. That was super intense. I consider this guy almost kind of like a mentor. Like I've looked at his lists over the years. And yeah, that was, peak control. That's probably the tightest I've ever played as a control player. I'm really grateful I caught that on film. You may be thinking, damn, you're so slow. Look at your clock. This is game 2. Man, there's a lot of decisions. There are a lot of but I made the decision, burned the boats at the shore. And I just went for it, I knew that there was not going to be a game 3, and it was not going to be a game 3 that I could win. I just had to close off their outs and get through. Now, we were favored for sure. But I think that I'd welcome any feedback on my play. I played extremely conservatively. I would not be surprised if they had several dazes in their hand because I never gave them an opportunity to daze. I don't think at all throughout that entire game. I'm happy that I didn't get greedy with the non-spellbomb and just bombed them, because one way I could have lost would be a Murktide. I'm happy that I flipped Tamiyo when I did and was just disciplined about not flipping her. I had so many clues. I had so much action. They had lots of answers. They answered pretty much every permanent I put out, but sooner or later, you don't play enough removal for all these threats. Bowmasters, I feel like that was a key thing, just holding it back, knowing that they were likely to have a Bowmasters. So yeah, wow, that I need to go walk for a second. We've got a few minutes before the next round starts, but I will see you in round 8. We are 4-3, and they have been freaking hard fought. All right, this should be fun. Another tempo matchup in round 8. I won the die roll. So our opponent is likely, this is a free mulligan with the Caldra. This is terrible. My goodness, am I going to have terrible mulligans like this all day? Oh, this is so terrible. Yeah, this is absolutely a mull. This is by far the best we've seen. I'm going to keep. You can't just be purely reactive against Stiflenought because we don't need the spellbomb, and I don't think we need the pre-wear. So we have an extremely passive hand. I think they only have 2 Stifle according to their deck list because they decided to play extra consigns, which makes sense. I think I'm just going to open Island Ponder, and they're not going to know what I'm on. And these are cards. Next turn, I can Tamiyo and potentially shuffle away. I don't think I want the force. Yeah, I'll just take the Tamiyo now, I guess. It doesn't matter. They shouldn't have discard. I'm doing all this based off the assumption that they are on Stiflenought, but that's what they've been playing for several months. Yep. Flood Strand, the blue-white fetch land definitely gives me additional vibes. Okay, so I think before we do anything, if they are on Stifle, it makes sense to just chill. I'm going to go ahead and fetch in a Stifle. If they want to Stifle me, that means they're not going to be able to combo. Okay. I'm just going to get a Plains here. And I'm going to Tamiyo. And now they probably are going to plow this or Prismatic End it, which is fine. It's a 1-for-1. If they don't, though, I'm going to be able to start generating clues. But I don't think it's correct to chill. I also want to make sure I have my basics under me. They are a Days Wasteland Stifle matchup. And by having 2 lands, I at least ensure that I'm able to effectively use Tamiyo clues. That's totally fine. I'd rather Tamiyo go farming than... okay, this is great. This gives us our other basic. I'm going to go ahead and ponder now. I like all of these cards. I want to make sure that I get Stoneforge. I think Marsh Flats is the least important of these. Stoneforge is the most important. And we'll just chill. And if they do something scary, we can instant speed remove enemy number 1, which is Doorkeeper Thrall. Doorkeeper Thrall is really catastrophically scary, especially against Stoneforge. So I want to get my Stoneforge out quickly before they build up to that. I would not be surprised at all if they had Doorkeeper Thrall in hand right now. I think maybe I do want to wait a turn. I can't fetch black. I am tempted to fetch black. So I can frog. But then I shuffle away a land, and I do think I want that land. Especially because they could stifle this. Hopefully they don't have a force of will to stop my plow on their Doorkeeper Thrall. Because I think that's what's coming here. It could also be a dress down. Dress down's scarier. Doorkeeper Thrall is fine. I'm going to let that resolve, and I'm going to immediately plow it. If they force, I'll be scared. Okay, they didn't force. Thank goodness. So you could see easily see a situation where walking into that with Stoneforge would be bad. Luckily, Snapcaster also has ETB triggers. So yeah, that card is going to be really good against me if they stick it. Hopefully they're holding a bunch of AB cards in their hand and they're not able to effectively deploy them. If they get Noldrift for that's super scary, but that requires more mana than they have currently. If they tap out, then I'll Stoneforge, but I don't want to Stoneforge before they tap out. It's worth noting that Doorkeeper does shut off artifacts as well, which is really bad against me. Like it's really bad news. Okay, so I'm just going to let this happen. I'm going to hope that they don't have a Stifle in their hand. I'm going to play out another land. There's a high likelihood that they have a... I think it makes sense to go ahead and play Psychic Frog first. I hope they Stifle. Okay, I'm just going to get a Swamp. Now I'm going to deploy Psychic Frog. And I'm pretty scared of Doorkeeper Thrall. That's definitely the scariest card in their deck. If they remove this, it's not a big deal. I just don't want them to have a second Doorkeeper Thrall, and I think they play 3. This is Doorkeeper Thrall. I can't do anything about this except hope that they have Dreadnoughts and not Nulldrifter. Nulldrifter is an absolute nightmare. They have 3 Nulldrifters in their deck. This is Nulldrifter. We're so screwed. Yeah, we're so screwed. I can jump up and block this. It'll require pitching my hand. I'll lose a land in the process. They have white. Okay, so they're the Dreadnought too. So unfortunately, I'm like pretty much priced into killing that Dreadnought because if I don't, I'm dead. I can Surveil, and I do think I should. I'll get the white land and Surveil. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a plow or a Snapcaster. Snapcaster actually doesn't do it. I need specifically plow, and I have 3 of those left in 46 cards. Force is not good here. Oh, I didn't even realize they hadn't attacked yet. Yeah, okay. It makes sense not to attack into the frog. All right. Brainstorm. Let's see if we can brainstorm into a plow. We did not. I think we're dead. I am going to go ahead and take a turn to remove I'll remove the Dreadnought, but I can't attack in. I can't Tamiyo this turn. I think Stoneforge is dead. Like I'm not going to put any more hope into her. It doesn't make sense. I'm going to go ahead and end here. Hopefully that works. Now I'm going to get Tamiyo out, because if Tamiyo is out, then we have clues that we can sacrifice. And if they attack with Nulldrifter, I will be able to draw a card. All right, let's pass. I'm feeling pretty dead, but not as dead as I would have been. They're almost certainly going to waste this. So if I get a chance to like a Noldor for a trigger, I'll definitely sack the Meticulous Archive. They have their own cantrip. If they find more monsters, we're like, this Doorkeeper's Roll is just absolutely brutal. The fact that they had a second one. There's the Dreadnought. We couldn't beat the first one. There's the Plow on our Frog. Nothing to do about that. The Waste. I'm going to sacrifice Swamp here. I'm not going to block. Yeah, Swamp is definitely the sacrifice. So Plow on Nuldrifter keeps us alive for a turn, but like the real problem is that Doorkeeper's Roll. I'm going to attack. I don't think there's any point in standing around. I get a clue. That'll be what I sacrifice to Annihilator next turn. That's fine. Now I'm going to Brainstorm and hope to hit a Plow. If I hit a Plow, I'm going to concede. Yeah, this game is absolutely, positively over. There's no point in like trying to get time off my opponent's clock. I don't think they're playing pretty efficiently. I'm definitely going to be the first one to go to time. That was a beating. My goodness. I feel like we played pretty carefully. Having to mulligan twice was ugly for sure. So here, Consign does come in. It is a good card in this matchup. Bowmasters is not fantastic. Actually, Bowmasters doesn't hit anything. I don't think we're bringing that in. Yeah, I think we just bring these three in, and it's a question what we take out. Well, we take out the spell bombs. You can hear my kids playing piano in the background. I do think we keep Thoughtseize in just because they are an AB combo deck, and you can potentially break up the combo. All these cards are good. I mean, they're good assuming that the Doorkeeper's Roll isn't on the table. Maybe we cut a Thoughtseize. I don't want to have to get black early on against their deck. Their deck is like super scary in terms of its ability to attack your mana base. Like Stifle makes a huge difference. Just every little Stifle or something like that makes a huge difference in terms of your ability to survive. I think it's likely that I face this at Eternal Weekend. It actually has a pretty bad win rate. Like at the Japanese Eternal Weekend, it was like 45%. The blue-white version. Blue-black version has an unknown one because nobody plays it, but I do think it's better personally. Seems like a good hand because we can just keep tapping out, essentially. I like the double removal. I'm going to play into Daze. Also going to aggressively fetch. I'm just going to open with a island. I'm going to get my basics as quickly as I can. I'm not going to risk getting stifled here. We are absolutely going to get all three of our basics as quickly as we can. Okay, good. So we don't have to worry about getting stifled. If this flips, I'll just end it. I think there's a decent chance they have Daze here, but I'm going to go for it. It is very scary if they do stifle me off of my attempt to fetch white, but I'm just going to be aggressive here. This does make it more challenging for them to attack. They don't know that I won't pitch cards. They have Brainstorm. They can probably attack and then do it. But that means that I'm less likely to get stifled. Tamiyo is a huge addition to this deck for sure. She doesn't have an ETB trigger, so it's not like you're hurting anything by adding her to the deck. She synergizes fine. She gives an alternate win con. A lot of times, like Stifle, Daze, Wasteland, those are kind of like time walk effects, mini time walk effects. And having a flip Tamiyo and just countering your opponent's moves is a really effective strategy. It pains me, but the card that I'm going to discard probably if I have to attack to do damage to Tamiyo. Actually, I won't attack unless I absolutely have to. I'm just going to chill. I think there's a high likelihood that they have a removal spell, and investing anything into this frog is probably a folly. My son is pretending to be a cat, and he dumped the cat in here in my office. Okay, here's Prismatic Ending. That's fine. So they didn't have Daze last turn. My thinking is I can probably end this and do a second frog. I do want to get rid of this because it is generating value. Oh yeah, now that I drew that second frog, I'm absolutely going to do that. And the great thing is I can fetch my planes around Stifle here. I'm just going to go ahead and hit it. If they are able to counter this, that sucks. They did not. Now I'm going to frog. They wouldn't be thinking about it days. Oh, yeah. I guess they did have days. So maybe they drew this, but I'm pretty sure they didn't have days last turn. So we do have one more frog, and then we just have basically our own wall of interaction. It may have been a mistake to jam the frog there. Maybe I should have waited. Again, like the game does get better for us the longer it goes on. Snapcaster is a huge draw. I'm going to put a frog in. They have some number of endings, some number of plows. We're just going to accept that that's what's in our frog's feature. We do have a frog in the graveyard, so that turns on the card. If they fetch and go get a... if they try to put what's her name into play, Doorkeeper's Roll, I'm going to plow her for sure. All right. Dress down. I can't do anything about this. Just have to hope that they don't have Land Null Drifter, because that would be a huge beating. And I will probably have to plow Null Drifter with the draw triggers on the stack. My reasoning is that I'm not going to necessarily have a chance to do the other one. That's fine. I can't imagine that's all they have in store. Okay. So if they have Force, I'll just take an extra hit. I think I'm going to plow because I can snap. I should have probably done that. Now they know that they can play a second one. I should have waited till the end step. Okay. A Tamiyo is very welcome. We're going to stress test their removal, see how much they actually have. They did not go down at all when they did that, because everything's been a 1-for-1 so far. Their deck's very efficient. Okay, Meticulous Archive. They have the luxury of being able to fetch non-basics. Ponder. They don't have Snapcaster, so we will eventually kind of outgrind them through 2-for-1s, but that days on our Psychic Frog really hurt. I do feel regret about playing that out. But at the same time, it does give us something that we can pre-war Formalwear back into play. That we can suit back. I'm going to start saying suit. It's a lot easier than pre-war Formalwear. Pre-war Formalwear. It's like 5 syllables. Tamiyo, inquisitive student. 9 syllables. Yeah, they're fitting a lot of words on cardboard these days. Also know that my auto editor tool like chops up like I run this script. It's called auto edit. It's like a Python script, and it takes out like any silence. Like if I stop talking for more than like a second and a half, I think it stops it. So you may hear my son's music as just like really chopped and screwed kind of sounding. And that's not his playing. He is just kind of like experimenting and tinkering on the piano, but it'll sound more experimental than it necessarily is. My opponent's taking a long time to resolve this ponder. I've been able to make lots of silly observations in this time. Obligatory connection test. Okay, they did resolve it. Okay, Doorkeeper Throw? Sure. Do you want to put another... This is what I live for. You have 1 card in hand. You just threw the game. I should have technically waited till the trigger went on the stack with the Dreadnought. There's nothing they can have. Yeah, they just gave it to us. Yeah, that's great. I think that was a huge miscalculation. If they built up, I don't know. Like I play Dreadnought. I play with it's actually Esper, and I include Curie, like Madame Curie. I think that you don't jam unless you have some form of protection. Maybe they just didn't feel like they had a choice, but I had like so many layers of protection there. That's one of the reasons I don't like Doorkeeper Thrall is like she's super vulnerable to instant speed removal, and when that happens, you lose your robot too. So we're keeping everything the exact same. I mean, I could definitely bring in a Thoughtseize on the play. It is 1-for-1. I think I'm going to take out a Force and I'm going to bring in a Thoughtseize. Because we're not interested in defending our own spells. We're interested in disrupting their AB combo. If you go after the Doorkeeper Thrall, like the rest of the deck just kind of like, they're drawing a lot of jank that they can't resolve. Null Drifter is not a good card. I've never thought it was great, and I don't think that's one of the reasons I like the blue-black version. But anyway, I'm not going to trash my opponent's deck too much because we might just lose to it right now. This is a sick hand. Oh, I'm on the draw, not the play. So, but I still think, okay, so this is a trap hand in the sense that like they can really mess with our mana base, and that's how we lose. Teferi's not particularly good. I mean, like being able to consign is not strong if you don't have mana. I'm going to mulligan this. This is much better. I'm going to put back Force. Am I going to put that back? I think we put back Force on the mole. And we have to hope that we get through the first few turns. If they just like tempo us, it's going to be very sad. I think my opener is probably Meticulous Archive just because I want that to get wasted. And I know white is more important to our overall game plan. I feel like if we untap and are able untap Sewers and are able to Thoughtseize with Daze Protection, that'll be strong. I don't have a lot of hope for Sewers surviving the turn cycle. I do see a world in which I really wish that I had Prismatic Ending up, so I am going to start with Sewers. So the sequence will probably be Sewers into Island. Maybe Sewers into Archive makes more sense. If I just drew a Brainstorm, then I could solve all this by being able to put this back. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to lead with... I'm going to try to find a land. I'll put anything that's not a land in the yard. That's pretty damn good. I'm going to put it in the yard. I'm crazy. I want to land, or I want something like a little bit more defensive. The way we lose is absolutely just not having the mana we need. There's the Wasteland. Yep. And they, for all I know, they could have a Stifle up. I think I do put the Archive out just because I need to dig for land. And this is doing nothing of use right now. Being tapped. This is a card I would love to keep, but it's not going to be keepable. It's going to get suited later. You'll see. If they have a second Wasteland, we are in sad times. No, they don't. Okay, great. So I need to keep Daze Protection up and be ready to deal with the card that they play, Doorkeeper Thrall. If Doorkeeper Thrall is the card, then I'm going to plow it. I'll plow it immediately. I will not wait for them to put a card on a creature on the stack. Okay. So this is really painful, having Ponders in my hand and knowing I'm not going to make my next land drop. Not knowing, but statistically, I'm unlikely to make my next land drop. This could be Tamiyo. This is a Brainstorm. Yeah, this Thoughtseize is really stinky. I shouldn't have boarded it. I'd much rather have a Force in my hand than this Thoughtseize, I think. Maybe it'll be good. It's not like they're going to aggro me out like really quickly. So I think the 2 life is not a big deal. Being able to take something, one of their key A's or B's will be worth it if we get that to that point. I'm still kind of tempted, like, let's see if I draw a land, but I'm still kind of tempted to hold back. I think pondering into a potential land is probably worth it. Okay, I am going to ponder here. I think it'd be a mistake to Brainstorm because they may have... yeah, I'm going to ponder. I want to definitely hit a land. Okay, and we got there. So I'm going to... Snapcaster's insane. We can land, and next turn we can Tamiyo. I think that's safer. But I want this land in play ASAP. All right. And now we have double plow if we need it. We have Daze Protected Plow if we need that. There we go. Oh, Dress Down. Yeah. Not a lot I can do about that. So if they get Null Drifter, I'm going to plow before the draw cards just to reduce the likelihood of them drawing a Daze or a Force. Yep. Not a lot we can do here. We just have to chill. It is stunning to me how much I've had to mulligan, but I feel like well, obviously all those mulligans were my decision, so it's easy to think like, oh, I had to make those mulligans. But yeah, mulligan to 5, game 1 was pretty brutal. And I think, was it this game? Yeah, this game I had to mull too. I mean, you shouldn't have to mull when you have 20 cards in your deck, and yeah, but anyway, you shouldn't have to, but you do. In theory, there's no difference between theory and practice. In practice, there is. So they get the cards before I can actually plow. That sucks. I didn't think about that. Okay, but I am going to definitely plow this. It sucks. I mean, it's like a horrible exchange for me. And I was just trashing Null Drifter as a card. I'll plow and step. I have snap as well. That goes. I don't think there's any reason not to plow now. I need to make efficient use of my mana. 13 minutes all. Okay, wow. We got rid of that. They're up to 8 cards. Now they get to discard. It's crazy that they didn't have a daze or a force, because I think you fire off the daze and get like a new surveil or something. They pitched a dreadnought. Wow. They must have drawn that. Okay. So here's Tamiyo. We have the ability to flip her. We have double white source here. I'm really scared if they're pitching Phyrexian Dreadnought, like what's in their hand. 8 cards is what's in their hand. I don't see how we win this. Also, it's worth noting that even if we flip Tamiyo, like they have Prismatic Ending in their deck, probably at least 3 of them. I think 3 is too many, but a lot of people play 3. We can take a look and see how many they're likely playing. So main deck, they don't actually have any. Interesting. But in the sideboard, they have 2. Okay, so they're playing, like this is a very reasonable build. They might have Wrath in, which I think would probably be a mistake. People tend to overboard Wrath. I don't think Wrath is very good. It's not in my sideboard, I don't think. Please plow. Okay, thanks for showing me you have a plow. I'm just amazed they haven't had a Wasteland yet. They're kind of screwed on mana. Okay, their own Tamiyo. The safe thing to do is to go ahead and plow now. So we have Snapcaster. I don't want to deal with her. I don't want her stacking up clues, accumulating any sort of edge. They tapped out a blue. I feel like this is our window. I hope they force. That would be so fantastic if they force here. Well, I'm forced to attempt to brainstorm here. I'm not going to let you, you can daze one of these spells. Maybe you can daze both of them. I don't know. That'd be very impressive. If you have 2 dazes, you can totally blow me out. Okay, they're dazing my brainstorm. This is in the end step. Okay, that goes away too, unless they have another daze. Okay. All right. Well, you're still very much favored, in my opinion. I do have a Snapcaster. They would have probably dazed again if they had it. I think I'm going to... I mean, this might seem loose. No, there's no way it's right to daze here. I'm gonna go find a black source. I don't want this Force of Will. I'm just going to go get a duel because I'm already pretty deep into duels. I'm going to go get a Underground Sea. I'll get a Scrubland just because it's easier to get Underground Sea than it is Scrubland in this deck. And we're going to go ahead and just see what you have in your hand. Hopefully I can collapse the hand. Null Drifter, Prismatic Ending. Gosh, I think we have to go to the Null Drifter, sadly. Because they can just cast that next turn. Yeah, I'm going to go for that. All right, and we're going to chill. Like we've got sufficient coverage for, what's it called? If they spend a lot of resources to get a Dreadnought into play, that's fine. It does suck that I think it was correct to go ahead and brainstorm there, but like we played pretty disciplined around days for most of the game, and then suddenly they had it. We know that we can Snapcaster a Ponder probably. So we did shuffle there, so we're drawing wild. Okay. So their hand, just to evaluate it, is Prismatic Ending. They just cast Ponder. They didn't shuffle, so they probably found an enabler. It's scary. Stoneforge is precisely the kind of thing we need to find. Unfortunately, if their enabler is precisely... I don't think we wait. And we know what we're walking into. We know it's totally possible. We'll just lose if they have it. If they don't have it, pre-war, baby. Please. Okay, it already triggered, so we are definitely getting pre-war here. That is huge. All right, so what we'll do is we will bring back a Psychic Frog next turn. We don't have any good use for our mana here. Just going to pass and hope that they are gentle with whatever they kept on their Ponder. Bring back Psychic Frog will be good, for sure. Holy cow. Why did they keep their ponder? What do they have? Okay, so they could have, they could stop my pre-war. That's a reason for waiting. And then when they put the thing in response, instant speed. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to attack or anything anyway. So if they have the card, then I will get the trigger because they're going to be incentivized to do something and not just completely stand still. I mean, like maybe I just gave them a chance to draw it. All right, I'm going to do this. All right, let's see whether this works. Okay, it worked. We're getting our frog back. This is massive. All right, and they have plenty of removal. They have a plow. They have a prismatic ending. I would not be surprised if they plow here. That's fine though. Like that was a necessary thing that they had to. We had to eventually work through. We could snap Thoughtseize. If we snap Thoughtseize, then we stop their prismatic ending. I think I'm going to do that. At the same time, we do have we need to snap Thoughtseize because we know that they have prismatic ending in hand. Also, the window for snap Thoughtseizing is closing because they can waste us at any time and take us off black. Yeah, I think Thoughtseize is more powerful here than us drawing our own cards. I could be wrong. Okay, so Hull Breacher is scary, but manageable. I think we take Plow. Yeah, I'm going to take Plow. And if they put Hull Breacher on the stack at some point, I can brainstorm in response. I think I'm just going to attack. I don't think there's any reason to hold back. Okay, so let's assess their hand. We saw it like several times. So they have Dreadnought. Do they have 2 Dreadnoughts? They have 5 cards in hand. So I think they just have Hull Breacher Force. No, they might have double Dreadnought. They still have Prismatic Ending because we took Plow. So we do have the Tamiyo Brainstorm combo, but Hull Breacher is very scary. But it's not nearly as scary now that we know about it. Okay, and I think they're just chilling, hoping to get to Hull Breacher us. Well, I am going to attempt to suit up and attack. I think that's maybe better just to get this ball rolling. Hull Breacher is going to kill this. I suited up the wrong thing. I definitely should have suited up Stoneforge because then I could attack with Stoneforge. That was a misplay. They do have a prismatic ending, and I think I can overload the removal. They don't have days currently that I know of. They could have drawn days. I'm just going to chill. 8 minutes on the clock. This is game 3. This is the Hull Breacher that I knew about. I am going to go ahead and brainstorm just to get it out of my hand. If they daze, that is totally fine. I just don't want to give them any value out of this. Okay, we got some great cards here. I think backup Tamiyo is gone. And we'll just draw this strand, which we are definitely going to want. Why isn't... I'm getting some lag in the UI. Please don't give me lag right now. Undo that click. Undo that click. I want that land on top. Okay, there we go. Okay, and now this. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I guess I need to restart my client or something. Gosh. Okay, so I feel dumb for suiting up that way. That was definitely a misplay. I need to hold this prismatic ending. Once this turn passes, I will be disincentivized from doing a lot of stuff, but I will probably attack with Snapcaster because I would happily trade it for a Hull Breacher. And we're kind of being the beatdown deck here. I can't really attack with Stoneforge. I'm going to go ahead and attack here. Please trade. Okay, they're not trading. I'm going to go ahead and play out a Tamiyo. Still got plenty of consign replicate triggers possible. Again, I'm going to hold Prismatic Ending. Just heaven forbid they get the Hull Breacher out. Or, I'm sorry, the Phyrexian Dreadnought. They don't have a way to force me to draw, so if I just play slow and disciplined, I should be all right. Prismatic Ending on Tamiyo. That's fine. Wasteland. Take me off black. That is going to trigger me floating. Okay. 7 minutes on my clock, 8 on theirs. I think we're going to not go to time here. but it's definitely intense. Oh man. Another Tamiyo. I'm gonna go ahead and attack with Snapcaster first. I feel really dumb for suiting up this way, but it's just like so awkward. Like it costs 3 mana to equip. I can't move it. We do have Surveil land in our deck. It's certainly possible they could have a Stifle. Mana is not the constraint here. If I can flip Tamiyo, I'm never going to be able to flip her, but I can stack up some clues, which will be good against eventual Annihilator. Not sure why they are even going after her. She's like totally worthless, in my humble opinion. Their own Tamiyo. That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and Surveil end step, just to keep forward momentum. If they stifle me, that's a card out of their hand. I don't have a Surveil land for some reason. I guess it got wasted. Or I milled it or something. Okay. All right. Tundra is good. I'm going to keep playing lands. I'm going to keep attacking. I do think it might be worth taking out Hull Breacher here. Oh, well, they're going to do it for me. That's a good deal. I think I am going to Ponder now. And if they Hull Breach, they can't Hull Breach this with their current mana. Oh, man, that MTGO is so laggy. All right. So I don't want either of these cards. I'm just going to take the Stoneforge and I'm going to attempt to resolve it now. Come on. Come on, MTGO. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. All right. White. Whatever. Stoneforge. Come on. Come on. Sorry if I'm sounding aggravated. I don't have time to restart. And this game is incredibly close. Cryptic Coat is great. We can put that in step. And I'm going to pass with Consign up. I don't care about Tamiyo. I'll take her out if she flips and threatens us somehow. I'm much more interested in just beating them to death. Cryptic Coat is the perfect anti-white card. It's just like so good against them because it just creates this army and it's hard to deal with. See if they have the thing. If they do, then I can just bounce it back to hand. Please put my Cryptic Coat into play. Do not want to time out here. 3 cards in hand. Another Tundra does speed up Cryptic Coat, equip and or re-equip. I think we just attack with... I think we attack with Coat and we can put it in twice. No, we can't. But we can put it in once. I'm going to attack with one of these two. Put them on 1 turn clock. Wow, I can't believe we're holding out. All right. Let's see. We can't equip and I'll just leave pre-war back. I do want to okay, cracking a clue, that's fine. They're going to be able to draw another card. I just need to get through. Next turn, I can, if they tap low enough, then I can pre-war to equip my cloaked creature, and they can't block it even if they have a Phyrexian Dreadnought in play. Okay, they're going to attack first. They have access to a clue. The fact that the Cryptic Coat creature is unblockable and has ward may be very consequential here. Brainstorm's fine. They're going to flip it. I don't care. I'm still going to be able to kill with pre-war Formalwear. I hope they go as deep as possible, not thinking about the fact that my pre-war Formalwear can equip the Cryptic Coat creature. What is under here? A plow. My son's piano is really just like building the anxiety. All right. They can rebuy like a plow. They can do a lot of stuff next turn. I think this is the fight. I'm going to replicate twice. I'm just going to replicate once. I'm going to replicate once because it gives me the ability to replicate 1. Okay. Why pay 3? I want to cancel out of this. I'm going to consign again. Please let me consign with replicate. Okay, I will replicate 1 time. And I will pay 1 mana. Okay. I think this will stop it from resolving. If they spend a lot of resources on that, that's fine. Same targets. It's easy when it's same targets. When it's not same targets, that's when I encountered like the weirdness. They drop another one, that's fine. They're just not going to have mana to deal with my cryptic code that'll be suited up. Another one is fine. I'm going to attack right through this. That's fine. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce this back to my hand. Blue, white. And now I'm going to activate this. And I didn't do the whole priority thing because it screwed up earlier and it like almost cost me the game. It may have cost me the game. MTGO being slow is like practically costing me the game here. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and put the suit on it. They shouldn't be able to stop it. If they do stop it for some reason, I will just, well, Calder does it too. Let's go ahead and suit this up. So it's lethal. It's a Psychic Frog, that's nice. Okay, and I will go ahead and just put this in. I have so much life that it doesn't really matter. If Phyrexian Dreadnought somehow survives, I'm not in danger of death. I can't believe how low my clock has gotten. Like, this is significant latency, but we did it. We got through. We are now 5-3, I think, and we're going into the final round. All right, we're up against likely lands. This is a good hand. I like Stoneforge Mystic against lands. We don't have any tools main deck for lands. We're just going to need to get value. I think Force is good as like an offensive spell here. We could definitely, I think we Surveil. And I'm going to plan to force whatever they cast here. Lands could definitely go to time. I'm going to play quickly. Mox Diamond. If they do like a turn one Loam, that's going to be hard to beat. I think this is a force. I think we take these where we get them. This slows them down a lot. Blast Zone, that's scary. Vexing Bubble, I'm glad we forced earlier. All right, I think we may just hit the Mox. They don't have any colored mana. I don't know if that's crazy. I think I'm going to get the Meticulous Archive and we're going to hit their Mox. I don't think we want this. We have enough lands. My instinct is to be offensive here. Frog is pretty damn offensive. They can tech up to Blast Zoning it. That does require land. If we Stoneforge and go get Caldra, they're almost... Actually, I'm not that worried if they spend a bunch of time trying to kill Frog. I think that's fine because that means that we can just Stoneforge and we can go get Pre-War and get it back. So I hope that they try to kill with Blast Zone. They Maze of Ith, that'll be super sad. But it's not the scariest thing they could do here. Okay, what is this? Please be Sphere Resistance or something like that. Okay, Windswept Teeth. There's still... I mean, this card is probably going to connect and get at least one card off of it. So we'll get parity. We had to go negative with that force, but I think it was worth it just to slow him down. Because if we were playing Crop Rot, okay, so this is going to go get Maze of Ith. If this gets Maze of Ith, I'm definitely going to want to hit their Mox. Slow them down. Sphere. Yeah, I think we hit the Mox and trap them under it. And then we get Stoneforge, and then we force them to choose what they want to attack each turn. So Sphere... Oh, I think we do want to go... Man, Sphere makes it harder. It does cost white plus X. We can't just Sphere for nothing. But if the upside of them not having another mana source is so high, I think I have to pay extra. I don't think it's going to let me do this. I just wouldn't... I'd hate to like do it wrong. What's this spinning? Did I confuse MTGO? Okay. Currently 0 mana, click mana, symbol to... So pay... Okay, so I have to pay one more. Yep. This is currently 0, that's fine. Hit that. And I'll just pass. There's no benefit to attacking here. Next turn, we're going to... I mean, they have a lot of lands they could definitely draw out of this. But if they don't, we're going to feel really good. There's the Urza Saga. That's scary. They don't have mana to activate it, and it does go away. I'm really worried about Wastelands at this point. I want to draw more lands. That's perfect. I'm going to just go ahead and cast this out. I can Surveil end step. I am going to go get Kaldra. Yeah, I think I have to get Kaldra. And now they are going to have two things that they have to maze. Urza Saga is going to be going away soon. If they keep drawing lands, they could get out of this for sure. Like if they figure out a way to get Blaststone up to 2, that's devastating. But Kaldra will wall their constructs forever if they are able to play constructs. Okay, they have Ghost Quarter, which is good for them. I should have searched there. That was bad. All right, so I can go ahead and just get a land here, and then I can put Kaldra in, and then I can also I'll get a Tundra. I hope they Ghost Quarter me. That would be so fantastic. Now let's attack. If they create a construct, I will pitch cards to beat construct in combat. No, I'll just jump. Sure. Okay, now I do want to exile 3 cards. I'm just going to do this now. 1, 2, 3. They'll probably maze it to stop me from drawing. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So now they're going to take 3 or 5. They can create a second construct. I'm going to go ahead and just ponder now. These are terrible. Yeah, we don't want to draw through these. Actually, I don't think we're going to... they're hopefully going to Ghost Quarter us. If we now spellbomb, no, it's not good enough. I'm going to shuffle this. Okay, we drew another land. That's good. Oh, and we can play it out. That's great. So I can get a Surveil. I forgot I hadn't played a land this turn. But this Sphere is going to be pretty brutal for them. I think it was like Jarvis Yu or somebody who used to play Sphere that was like saying that it's a bad. You often do get trapped under it, and they're about to. We'll see what they're going to get here. They could name Frog. I should have freaking if they step on my flooded strand, I'll be pretty sad. But one of the things is they're not going to be able to kill me. They're going to get the map thing. I think expedition map. Pithing Needle. Okay. If they needle my land, that's totally fine. I think they're probably going to needle Psychic Frog. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Port. Right. Now we do have to worry about incoming constructs. They should come in for a hug here. I'll take it. All right, let's Surveil. Just get a bad top deck out of our deck. I'm really looking for Prismatic Ending. I don't even want this land. I mean, it seems greedy to not take it when they've got Prismatic Ending or Rishadan Port out and stuff, but they can't actually use it. Snapcaster for Prismatic Ending on what? On one of the constructs and then attack? That's a lot of mana, but it's worth it. The other alternative is to do it on Pithing Needle and then Psychic Frog can get wild. But I think that's irresponsible. Snapcaster. And we are going to concede pretty quickly if it becomes clear that we're not going to be able to punch through. If they turn back our Kaldra, we can definitely block here. I'm not worried about losing to combat damage here. They're turning away our frogs, so they're taking 6. Next turn, they'll be taking even more if they attack in. They really don't want us drawing cards. It is definitely worth them taking a turn to tech up Blaststone, but okay. Drawing a card in desperation. That reduces the size of the construct. Construct could be double blocked at this point. It wouldn't be good though. Second maze. Okay. Thoughtseize is a bad draw. I'm going to go ahead and just ponder here. I'm looking for another Psychic Frog is not good enough. I don't want these lands. Any order shuffle. I'm not sure what, like another Stoneforge would be insane. Tamiyo is good. She produces clue tokens either way, regardless of what happens. And we'll just attack with this Caldera, I think. If we attack with anything else, that's irresponsible. And now I'm just going to F6 through the turn as they go to turn it back. And now they can tech up Blast Zone. But they might want to just blow. Are they going to tech up Blast Zone? That's what they should do. That will take out their sphere, which actually might help them. Interesting. Like, I think that was a mistake not going with, but this costs 3 mana plus, so they don't have enough mana to activate it. I'm starting to think it's not worth attacking in with everything because we might be able to get an extra damage. Like, they'd probably let the Stoneforge through. That's being stage. Okay. I think I attack first. I'll just attack like this. Or are they going to blow Blast Zone? Please blow Blast Zone. Okay, now I just need to wait until they blow Blast Zone, and then I can flipper. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that until then. I'll just wait. I know I'm missing on the ability to use her ability. Okay, Thespian Stage is copying Tundra. That is fine. Mouse just disconnected. That's scary. Let me go get another cable. Okay, I replaced my mouse thing. Like, I plugged it into my laptop so I can move my cursor again. They're ghost quartering their own land. That is okay. So do I have a window here? This costs 3 to activate. I do have a window to brainstorm to flip Tamiyo. So they have 1, 2. They don't have enough mana. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, Force of Will is not good. Now Spellbomb's probably not good. Thoughtseize is definitely not good. Okay, I'm going to put back Thoughtseize. I'm going to put back... I'll put back Force. I mean, I'm going to redraw it. Okay, so now... Oh, actually, this is any permanent, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I should have just waited. That was dumb. That is totally dumb. So now they can just blow up the Tamiyo if they want to. I accomplished nothing there. So there's the forest. Is this loam? Yep, that's loam. That is freaking scary. Okay, so they got Wasteland, Urza Saga, Savannah. Sorry, I'm used to pronouncing everything with the long. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this now. I'll fetch whatever land I can. I want to fetch non-basics because they do have Ghost Quarter in their deck. I think getting this is good as a second black source. Now I am going to go ahead and just hit their graveyard. I'll pay extra. Boom. Okay, pay it. And now I'll just hit their graveyard now so I can draw a card. Get rid of that loam. Draw a card. Cryptic Coat is great. I'll go ahead and plus her. I have Clue or Cryptic Coat. I think Cryptic Coat has... oh yeah, Cryptic Coat is going to be particularly good. I am going to attack. Just force them to do the stuff. So I will instep the Cryptic Coat. Unfortunately, Cryptic Coat cannot equip anything, but they won't necessarily be prepared for Cryptic Coat. They're probably going to play Urza Saga first because they want to get that cooking, which makes sense. Cryptic Coat is going to be really insane here. Now they're going to need to get Tabernacle probably, if they ever get a chance to search. They're going to blow up our Tamiyo. They're doing it for 1. Okay, so Tamiyo's gone. It's not a big deal. Let's go ahead and go to combat here. Land is great. I'm just going to play it out. I'll just attack like that. And then they're going to go to try to do that, but it's going to get countered because of the ward. They don't have the mana to pay the ward. So I think I just chill, and then I can Cryptic Coat this. I can bring Cryptic Coat back and redeploy it if they don't cast anything in their instep. And I'll still actually have mana for a Clue, because none of that costs mana. None of that is casting spells. All right. I'm not worried about their constructs because I'm going to be able to, if they're going to commit to constructs, they're not going to be able to stop my Cryptic Coat creature. There's Dark Depths. They have the combo. There's not a lot I can do about that. I don't have a flyer anymore. Frog can't do any... Wait, where did their freaking Pithing Needle go? They blew it up. Holy cow, that's huge. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring Cryptic Coat back. Now let's deploy it. And again, I like in paper, I will hold priority, but like there was like a situation the other day where it just didn't work. It was very frustrating. Okay, and now I'm just going to boom, boom, crack a clue. Okay, we got a Tamiyo as well. So we can actually... Stoneforge do for us. Stoneforge brings us back a suited up Tamiyo. Yeah, because we haven't used pre-war yet. I think I'm going to start by just attacking and see if they want what they want to do here. I think I just attack like this. I can attack actually with the frog. Do I want to? Yeah, I do. Because I can go get pre-war and then I can put it in and I can bring back a Tamiyo. They're very low in life. So they're going to daze that. They're probably going to do my germ. Yep. And now they can copy Dark Depths if they want. They're taking 3. They're dead next turn. So I've got frog jumping and I've got, what's it called? So they're going to absolutely have to do something fancy here if they want to stop me. Okay, now I'm just going to go ahead and Stoneforge here. I'll get pre-war. If they have the ability to stop what I'm doing, there's nothing about that I can do. But if they crop rot, I will definitely force. I can both force and I can put in pre-war Formalwear. That's fine. I can't stop that. You have a giant blocker. They can turn back my Cryptic Coat next turn if they... Yeah, they do technically have the mana to do so. Okay, so unless they have a second Pithing Needle... Okay, I am going to go ahead and put this in. Okay, so we should have a flying blocker. And we have 2 potentially flying blockers. We have force. Good. Wow, it's like solving a puzzle. I love this deck. It's so fun to play. Like, all right, so things do get a little bit better for us with these surgicals. Null Rod is pretty good against them, actually. Like, they do have quite a few artifacts that they can activate. I'm not sure if it's good enough. But the real card that makes me excited is Harbinger, and we're going to bring those in. This just solos them if it resolves. I don't think Consign's worth playing. It's not that great. So we can take out... do we take out Spellbomb? I think we do. Spellbomb's not actually that great. I think the cards we take out are probably Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is pretty bad, especially on the draw. Tamiyo's not great, actually. She was good there, but like I don't expect her to be good normally. Cryptic Coat, what a freaking all-star. This card is insane. I love it. Okay. Forces stay in. Snapcaster is quite expensive to play against Sphere. I think maybe we cut that. That was not terrible, but it's so expensive. Because it's like you're paying the tax twice. I'd rather have Nile Spellbomb in. Yeah. Nile Spellbomb did stop them from being able to loam. You take out the loam in their deck, that's the engine. Everything else is centered around loam. I don't think Lavinia is good. I don't think Bowmasters is good. This is a trap hand because, this seems insane against loam. This is insane against whatever they're doing. This is the card we want to draw. But we can't get wasted out. We have to be disciplined. This is better. We can get a basic. Swords should have come out. That's the card I should have been taking out. But there were lots of cards that were bad. I'll take out the plow. I'll feel dumb. Actually, no, because I've got Prismatic Ending. So if they play the Elvish Reclaimer, then I can just use Prismatic Ending on it. So my game plan is very simple. I'm going to Island Ponder. And I'm going to try to find enough lands. Okay, so we drew another Swords. Island, Ponder. Let's find land. There's land. And I will take that Ponder as well. That'll help me find land number 3. All right. We've got a clear game plan. We don't have Force to protect the Harbinger, but I don't think they play that much removal. They may play Plow. They do have some mana in their deck, and I think it's specifically for Plow. So they're surveilling. Let's see what they put in the yard. Putting land in the yard is good when you have Loam in your deck. Putting Mox Diamond in the yard, that's good. That's actually beneficial because that means that they're less likely to have colored mana once we get the Harbinger out. This could be problematic, but I'm hoping that we can get stuff going faster. Activated abilities of creatures can't be activated. Interesting. Well, that is good against us. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and fetch a Plains because we're almost certainly going to need a Plains. And then I'll look at 3 fresh cards because I know one of these cards is not a land. Is that right? I think it is correct to do that. We're going to need the Plains anyway. And now I will ponder. This is perfect. Now Spellbomb is a good card to pick up. I'm not going to complain about that. I want that land too. The land actually isn't viable though, unfortunately, because we're going to have to instead go get, we're going to get a dual land. So I'm just going to chill here. We're not going to be able to use Psychic Frog this game, unfortunately. Not that we can really use it very much anyway. This only stops Psychic Frog. This doesn't, it stops us from being able to put stuff in with Stoneforge. Okay. All right. We'll see if they have Plow. Even if they have Plow, I feel like we're still okay. They're going to have a Construct token. If they take this out of play, I will want a Black Source. I think I'm going to get Underground Sea here. Blue, blue, colorless. This will immediately kill the Urza Saga, so they need to make the token immediately. And then they don't have green mana. We have Surgical if they magically find Loam somehow to bring that stuff back. If they do find white mana, then that's a problem for sure. I'm not sure what other answers they have, but we can't do anything until we clear that construct. I think what I'll probably do is I'll just end that construct. I'm going to definitely end that Mox Diamond. We'll see what they do first. Okay, there's a very real chance that... so I'm going to end the Mox Diamond, and then I will plow the construct of subsequent turn. That is pretty good. That felt very good. We can attack. We're not going to be blocking. I don't think they have any instant speed like endurance or anything. Even if they did, it wouldn't stick. I'm just going to play out the Spellbomb, and we're going to pass. Spellbomb is in case they somehow manage to... I mean, it's worth playing out. We're never going to be able to cash it in. But so many of our cards are going to be dead now based on the line that we took here. I do think Plow is the correct card here. Plow is an answer. Yeah, I'll play that out. I'll just attack and I can Plow if I need to. We're losing the race technically. I do think it is correct to Plow. Plow can hit Merit Lage. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and Plow here. I'll wait. There's no reason to do it now. I'll do it later because I am going to use Plow. Prismatic Ending is very good against like a lot of artifacts they may deploy. I mean, I can just keep taking it. It's not a big deal and holding the Plow. I am going to get rid of this. It gives them life back, but yeah. We only have so much white that we can use, and we may find several consecutive turns where we want to use it. We now have Hardcast Force if we draw it. They're F6ing through our turn. That's why things are flowing so smoothly. Another Wasteland. So we're in trouble if they ever get rid of this. They can waste a lot of our lands. Stoneforge. Stoneforge for Cryptic Coat is totally legit. I'm going to do it. I'm going to attack first. Boom, boom. Doesn't really matter. We'll go with Cryptic Coat. We can immediately deploy it. Boom, boom, boom. Cryptic Coat, you are very much under the gun. This card is just such a blessing for control players. Like, lands was a really tough matchup before they printed this. I'm just going to go to combat. I can just completely ignore this Curse Totem that they probably took a pretty good sideboard card out of their, or a card out of their main deck to be able to play it. They're dead in 1 turn, 2 turns. I could have bounced it and redeployed it. They're going to need a lot of things to go their way. Yeah, we did it. All right, final record, 6-3. That's a very positive record. If I get a record like that at Eternal Weekend, I'll be very satisfied. We don't know our final position. We're definitely not top 8ing with -3 record, but we can take a look and see what our rank is here prior to winning this. I don't know. I guess I could just tell you afterward, but where are we? Huh, it's not showing us. Free Education. That's a very chill name. Let's see if I can find myself here. Be excellent. Position 86. Now, some of this might be that it wasn't calculated yet, but some of it may be that like a lot of people quit and like dropped, and I didn't drop after I had 3 losses, so I kept playing. So maybe that's why like my tiebreakers are so bad. But my record is going to be better than a lot of these people that are above me, but maybe that's not how it works. Like this is one of my first big tournaments that I've actually stuck with. Like I think there was one, the last one I played was in the middle of the night because I was in Asia, and yeah, it was not fun. Like I just like 0-2 dropped because I was so tired, but like I like to play these out. So yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Let's take another quick look at the deck list here. If I can figure out how to pull it up. I think this is the exact 75 I'm going to take. Like it felt really powerful. Cryptic Command or Crypticoat was like the standout card. I think that I would not have liked. I would have vastly preferred to have that to in every single matchup. There was not a single matchup where I was like, oh no, this stinky Crypticoat. Like I was pitching it to force a lot and fetching it when I didn't have a blue card to go with force. It helped get across the line with lands. It helped get across the line with lots of things. I think there was a game against Tempo where it came in and it like helped deal the fatal blow. There were, situations where I was bouncing it and redeploying it. And you can sometimes, if you have enough mana, you can do it several times. So one of the great things about this deck is you do use all your mana. Like you're usually, there were certainly lots of situations where I wasn't using mana, but you have mana dump in Crypticoat. You have a mana dump in pre-war Formalwear that you can equip around. If you get to 7 mana, you can equip Cauldra, even if the token has been bounced out of play. And you've always got clues lying around from your 4 Tamiyos. It's very mana intensive, but I thought the mana base was great. I didn't miss the second Underground Sea. I do think the fetch, having a 10th fetch is better. And having 3 Tundras, because we're so blue-white, is totally justifiable. In terms of sideboard, everything felt fine. I think we definitely want 2 Harbingers. We didn't really get to see the power of Lavinia. I don't know if we ever actually cast her, although we did board her in at least one matchup. I'm not sure that she's a 2-of. Again, she should in theory be very strong against Carnforge and Storm and things like that. Bowmasters, we did get to see the power of it. Mostly in defeating opposing Bowmasters. Bowmasters is really rough on this deck because you are drawing cards off Frog. Not as rough as it was on Esper, which it feels weird to even speak its name because like I'm so over like this very simple streamlined 60 card deck. I was still nearly going to time. There were plenty of matches where had we had a game 3, we would have probably not had time to finish. In fact, let's take a look at. I don't know if it'll show our record here. But I think we did like a lot of those matches were 2-0s. Here, I'll go in here. I'm just going to take a quick look. We can't view the matches that are in progress, but we can at least see how many games they were. That was a full day's worth of Legacy though. Wow. If you've stuck this far, like please consider subscribing and helping me get to 1,000 subscribers. Once I get to 1,000 subscribers, I don't even care what happens, but I'll be able to get into the MTGO creator program and I won't have to pay money to record leagues speculatively. Right now, if I want to do like Beanstalk or something that I think is not very good, then and I go like if I like lose a whole bunch of those matches, then I have to pay $10 to try again. So it kind of disincentivizes me. So if we look, like we cruise through these last 4. 2-0, 2-0. Yeah, so it was really just like 2 of the last 3 were 2-0s. And this Harmony Woods one was one for the ages. That was by far the most exciting match, just because like maybe on their end it was really boring. Like, well, they're just holding up mana, but for our end, like, what do they have? Do they have the days, all that stuff? I think this. What did we lose to? We lost to Painter. We lost to Reanimator. Was it Reanimator that we lost to? And then we lost to Carnforge, I think. Carnforge wasn't even close. That was like the most brutal of all. Painter was kind of close, and I think I made a misplay at some point. I'm going to rewatch this, but just leave comments with things that you observe about my play. It's really helpful for me. But yeah, that was so much fun. I'll show you the deck one more time. Everybody, I hope you have a fantastic day. Until next time, be excellent to each other and party on.